And we are back in the action with Lancer holding a slim one-round lead at 6-5. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, both players have traded heavy momentum shifts, including a 5-round surge from Lancer. This is a total toss-up right now. Time to see who blinks first. Absolutely wild. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to take the lead 7-6. His nerves are absolutely made of steel in these scraps. Lancer strikes back and we are tied up at 7-0. An absolute battle between two long-time rivals. Mist is showing impressive grit, securing another quick round to push the lead to 8-7. He's refusing to back down, taking the lead for a second straight time. What a scrap. He claws his way through that exchange to secure a third straight win. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now. Lancer shows a lot of heart, picking this fight up from the wine to hold that run. He needs this result if he's gonna stay in the game. What a scramble. He manages to survive a brutal trade and keeps this comeback rolling. Lancer is looking incredibly sharp in these late game exchanges. Lancer completely shuts the door on his rival and clears him off the wine to level this series. Lancer just takes complete control, mirroring his start to turn a 4-round tide in his favor. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, and that's another round in the books for Lancer. Mist refuses to yield, digging in his heels to keep this fight alive. A huge result here for the guy who struggled more today. Unbelievable, he just forces the deadlock, sending this entire battle straight into overtime. He's just refusing to break, finding another way to seize the lead in this overtime battle. He's proving to be a very dangerous opponent today. Oh my word, he practically claws his way back to a tie after a brutal exchange. Talk about a nail biter, he really refused to drop that one. Lancer just flicked on him instantly, showing incredible poise to take a 14-13 lead. What a shot. He just wipes Lancer off the wine to keep this incredible fight alive. This is turning into a total toss-up regardless of the ladder gap. Lancer survives a fierce trade to push himself to the brink of victory. The momentum is shifting exactly when it matters most. What a way to end it. Lancer digs deep and closes out the series. He really fought through a wall of pressure there, and he's the one walking away with the victory today. He just had a huge answer for everything Mist threw his way in those overtime rounds. Absolute battle. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off today to see who can claim the victory. Havoc really owns the historical matchup, winning 72% of their encounters. It makes sense why he's the favorite here, though we know Lancer is fully capable of stealing a map based on their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if the gap in their experience shows up early. Lancer's on a roll, leading 2-1. Lancer has had a tough 24 hours with a 14-21 record. Unbelievable, that was a total brawl and he just barely manages to survive the exchange. A clutch response to keep things dead even. Lancer just claims the lead, putting Havoc on the back foot. Havoc shuts that one down quickly from the ramp, bringing us right back to a deadlock. He's fighting hard to get back to that comfortable ranking gap. Lancer isn't letting him breathe, quickly picking up the win while Havoc was stacked up on the ramp. That's already a much tighter series than the ladder ranking suggests. Havoc pulls out the quick kill, catching Lancer right as he was holding the ramp. He's currently sitting in the top 15 on the ladder. Lancer's holding tight with a narrow 5-4 edge. His confidence is sky high after that blowout win earlier today. Total stalemate as we head into the final stretch of the first half. Lancer is really pushing the pace despite that rank disadvantage. What a fight. He practically survives by a thread after that exchange from the box to take a narrow 6-5 lead. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's a close game, but the higher seed is generally doing exactly what he needs to do right now. He should feel good about that small cushion. Lancer's got a mountain to climb. Lancer manages to keep his composure, catching Havoc right there on the boxes to keep this thing tight. He's really playing with a lot of grit today. Havoc is starting to pull away here, using that ramp positioning to really pressure Lancer. He's definitely playing like the higher rated side in this series. Wow, he barely makes it through that exchange on the ramp to cut the lead to 8-7. He's really digging in his heels today. He just barely survives a brutal firefight from the ramp, keeping his lead at 9-7. The 14th rank star is really beginning to seize control. Havoc is currently maintaining a 2015 record for the day, and honestly, that level of consistency is starting to translate into a commanding lead. He's finally shifting the momentum back to his side, putting Lancer in a very dangerous spot. He's completely taken over now, moving within a single round of closing the map. Lancer just can't find a way to break this momentum. Lancer manages to shut him down from the ramp to stay in the fight. He refused to let that series end in a complete landslide. What a way to end it! He claws back from a desperate position to secure the series victory. He really clawed his way back, managing a few incredibly tight escapes to put the game away. Just a strong performance overall. Welcome everyone, we have Mist and Havoc facing off on Mappas, with Havoc entering as the favorite today. Havoc generally wins 70% of their head-to-head meetings. So this early lead is a surprising turn for Mist. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually flip the script this time around. Unreal. He scrapes through that absolute brawl with barely anything left in the tank. Pure chaos for a guy who just walked in with a fresh win over Lancer. Havoc holds the higher ground on the ramp to tighten this game up. He's definitely feeling more confident after that 13-10 result yesterday. Mist is just dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. The gap in the rankings is barely showing right now. Mist is absolutely cruising through this, leading 4-1. The number 13 rank is looking very vulnerable right now. Another completely untouched round for Mist, putting an absolute stranglehold on this early phase of the match. Havoc finally answers back with a clean pop to the head. He's refusing to go away, claiming another round to keep this contest alive. The early momentum shift is starting to look like a real fight. He secures a flawless victory from the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. What a turnaround! He earns his 4th straight, completely raising the early deficit to level things up at 5. He's definitely finding his way back into the server. He completely takes control from the ramp, extending the streak to 5. We go into the break with Havoc leading 7-5. I mean, things are playing out pretty much as expected so far. The favorite has managed to secure a small cushion heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Mist closes the gap to 7-6 in a heartbeat. His run of form in the last 10 is starting to pay off. Total deadlock now with both players sitting at 7. It's a completely different story than their last encounter on Redline. He just breezes through that engagement, knocking Mist right off the ramp. The higher seed is starting to exert a bit more pressure. Mist manages to clear that ramp out, keeping the series deadlocked. The higher seeded player is starting to look a bit rattled. Mist just nudged ahead, gripping a narrow 1-round lead. It's becoming a much tighter battle than their last set together. A completely effortless win here, bringing the total back to a dead heat. We're seeing a real battle of wills here. Havoc puts him down from the ramp, regaining a 1-round lead as his resilience continues to shine. He looks completely locked in as the higher seed here. He's just unstoppable right now, strolling to his 3rd straight point. His current form is looking sharp as he fights for the finish. He's simply outclassing the competition right now, moving just 1 step away from victory. He's really putting the pressure on as the higher ranked player. He just refuses to go down, keeping the dream alive with a quick snap to the head. And that's it. Havoc shuts the door with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He really tightened up when it counted to keep that head-to-head dominance going. Mist played out of his skin, but the pressure just became too much. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. Mist and Lancer are stepping onto orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer actually holds a slight lead in their head-to-head record over a massive sample size. You know, that historical edge is definitely something he'll be leaning on as he tries to dig out of this early deficit. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Mist just refuses to blink. Lancer is having a tough shift today with those 14 wins. He's just taking over this map, a perfect opening for Mist. Lancer's recent struggles are becoming tonight. Absolute lockdown here with Mist, moving to a perfect 5-round start. The lower ranked player here is really feeling the heat. He's completely outclassing his opponent right now, making it 6 in a row. Seven in a row for Mist, who looks completely untouchable right now. Finally a break in the action as Lancer answers back with a clean hit. Mist is currently holding a huge lead, but he's really struggling to stay consistent across his tournament matches. You know, he's actually sitting at an even 18-18 record over the last day. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this level of control for the rest of the match. What a scramble. Both players dumped almost their entire health bars, but he barely survives the... Mist takes a huge lead at 10-2. Well, this was supposed to be a tight battle, but Mist is simply too fast today. Lancer needs to wake up if he wants to stop this slide. Time for Lancer to fight back. Mist is on a total tear, putting a huge amount of pressure on Lancer right now. He's looking much sharper than in his last few matches. That was a nail-biter, but he claws out a victory to put himself on the verge of a win. Lancer just can't find a way to put him down. And that's it, a perfect closing blow to secure the series. Just a total blowout from start to finish. Lancer couldn't find a single answer for that speed tonight. Welcome to the stream. Havoc and Lancer are facing off on fast aim, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Lancer came out swinging here, catching Havoc right as he was pushing up the ramp. A strong start for the underdog in this set. Lancer is clearly feeling the heat early on, taking the lead with some lightning-fast reactions. He is absolutely outclassing the competition right now, moving to a 3-round lead. An absolute landslide, and he secures another win while fighting from the ramp. A total flip from their last meeting on red line. He finally answers back, shaking off that early pressure to get on the board. A solid recall of the dominance we've seen in their lifetime series. Havoc secures a clean burst from the ramp to keep this recovery going. He's starting to look like the favorite we expected. He's absolutely on fire, racking up 3 straight to close the gap. That's a huge swing in momentum for the leading player. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to tie the match. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving into the lead with a lightning fast shot. Whoa, 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 Lancer is starting to look completely overwhelmed by the pressure. He's just too fast, securing a 7th straight victory from the ramp. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's basically a textbook start for the higher ranked player. He really capitalized on that long run of rounds to seize control of the map. Lancer needs a strong start here. Lancer secures a gritty victory from the ramp, showing some real grit to keep this series close. The pressure is definitely mounting for the top-seeded player now. He responds immediately to that pressure and puts a 2-round cushion back in his favor. He takes another one with an effortless flick, continuing a very impressive climb back into this match. Lancer puts in a flawless response, picking Havoc right off the planks. That was a cleaner read from the bottom for Lancer. He holds his ground on the ramp to secure another victory. He's playing exactly like the top-ranked seed should here. Lancer refuses to fade away, clamping down from the ramp to keep this fight alive. A dangerous sign for the favorite as the gap begins to shrink. He shuts that attempt down, instantly keeping his composure to move to 11. Lancer stays aggressive from the ramp to bring this game back within reach. Lancer is putting up a fight despite the initial gap in ranking. What a stand by Havoc, who completely dismantled his opponent to reach match point. Everything is trending back toward the expected result here. Unbelievable. Havoc closes it out with a lightning strike to complete the comeback victory. He really showed why he's the dominant force in this rivalry, keeping his overall lead over Lancer firmly intact.
Welcome to the dunes.
We have missed taking on Havoc, and the favorite looks strong heading into this match. Havoc has a massive historical edge here, winning 70% of their previous encounters. That psychological weight is a real factor, considering they just took another close series from Mist recently. It'll be a tough hill to climb for the underdog today. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's looking sharp after that dominant showing against Lancer earlier. Mist is putting on a show here, quickly erasing that early deficit to take a lead of his own. Havoc quickly reclaimed the lead by grabbing that high ground and shutting it down from the box. Havoc is just relentless, pushing the lead to 4-2. Mist is really making this a contest, managing to push Havoc right off that box. We are all square at 4 apiece now. His recent 60% win rate is starting to translate here. Havoc sneaks back in front with a narrow 5-4 lead. He's definitely putting his 13 ranking on display right now. It's a total deadlock now, and both of these players are trading rounds back and forth. He's fighting hard to close the gap against a highly skilled opponent. Havoc manages to edge us ahead by a single point. Both of these players are fighting for a spot in the top 10. We're all tied up at 6 each going into the break. I mean, Mist is really shaking things up here. He's matching stride for stride with a player who usually owns this head-to-head matchup. Clean slate for the second half. Havoc keeps the momentum moving ahead 7-6. He's been on a tear through his last few servers today. Havoc has looked incredibly reliable throughout the day, carrying a 22-13 record over the last 24 hours. Well, that kind of confidence usually fuels a player when they're staring down a potential lead. He's really starting to pull away. He's just too fast today, picking another clean winner from the box. Absolutely untouchable right now, bringing his total to 5 straight. Finally a break in the action. Mist manages to shut him down with a lightning fast reflex. And he just barely survives that scramble to take control of the game. Pure composure to close that out after such a thin health margin. That's it. He shuts the door on the series and secures the victory. He really looked like he had the read on everything today. Mist tried to keep it close, but he just couldn't find a way through that defense. Welcome to the arena. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today in a very close match. Mist holds a distinct advantage in their most recent encounter, where he took Lancer apart in a complete blowout. That result really puts pressure on the lower rated player to prove he can maintain this early lead. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can reverse that trend. Lancer is now cruising with a 2-1 lead. The lower ranked player still feels in control here. Lancer is really capitalizing on this momentum right now, putting together a strong start to the game. Lancer is just dominating, pulling way ahead at 4-1. He's really making up for that narrow window of failure earlier today. Lancer is fire right now, taking the lead to a commanding 5 rounds. Lancer is finally turning the tide of their lifelong rivalry. Mist manages to trade a quick blow and secures the round. He's definitely looking to get a better result than his 13-23 day so far. He's staying aggressive and refuses to back down, securing another effortless win. Lancer has historically held a slim edge over Mist with a 52% win rate across their long history. This puts their current scoreline into a clearer perspective. We're seeing a classic example of a long-term trend asserting itself over a short-term dip. Unreal Lancer barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health to stay in the lead. Lancer is really capitalizing on his side of the ladder today. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, he's definitely playing above his current rank today. He's absorbing the pressure well and keeping the match tight. Despite the ranking gap, time to swap sides. That's a sharp reset for him, shutting everything down with a clean shot. The momentum is shifting as we enter the second half. Lancer holds an 8-6 cushion now. It's a bit surprising to see Lancer staying this consistent today. Lancer keeps the pressure high, pushing the gap to 9-6. It's a tough spot for him after that loss to Havoc earlier today. Absolutely cold-blooded. He's truly taking over the server right now. The underdog is playing incredibly poised in this series. A quick reaction there to secure the round. A needed response from the higher ranked player here. Lancer is really making the most of his chances today, putting his opponent on the defensive. Really fighting back against those recent losses. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Both players are reacting in a heartbeat. He's certainly putting that superior ladder standing to use. Complete shutdown there, leaving him far too far back to recover. The higher seed is really struggling to close this out. What a finale! Lancer shuts the door completely to seal the victory. He really needed a result like this after that rough run today, and he stepped up when it counted. Welcome back to the Berserk League. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off on Mappus, with the favorite looking to dominate. Havoc really put on the pressure there, using the ramp to secure a quick first round. Havoc has been very dominant in this rivalry, winning over 70% of their historical meetings. It's clear Lancer knows how to challenge him today, but he'll need to find a way to break that mental edge to stay competitive. Lancer is struggling to breach this 3-1 gap. He's definitely showing why he's sitting at 12th on the ladder. Lancer is refusing to let Havoc cruise through this match, keeping things tight as we move into round 6. Lancer is fighting hard to flip the script today. Lancer has finally clawed back to a deadlock. It's a complete reset for both of them heading into the second half. Havoc takes a slim lead, pushing it to 4-3. He looks incredibly comfortable in this matchup today. Havoc is starting to pull away here, using that ramp height to put more pressure on Lancer. The higher rank is really starting to assert himself. Havoc holds a narrow 5-4 edge as we restart. He's fighting against the current after that defeat on fast aim earlier today. We are all squared up with Lancer and Havoc. Lancer is clearly playing his best game of the day. The speed of these exchanges is just wild. Both of them are reacting in a split second. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, it's a surprise to see Lancer hold his own like this, given Havoc's massive historical edge in their head-to-head. We'll see if that trend continues in the second half. Fresh start. Let's get it. Havoc edges ahead by 1, taking a 7-6 lead. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence after that strong 13-10 victory. Lancer is currently sitting on an unlucky side of the leaderboard with a 13-22 record. Today, it's a stark contrast to the momentum Havoc is carrying into the second half. We have to wonder if that lack of confidence will prevent him from clawing back into this. What a scrap. He clings on with a sliver of health to keep the momentum shifting. Absolute chaos in those final seconds. He's on fire right now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The pressure is really mounting for the front runner now. Havoc puts a firm grip on the series at 10-8. The higher rated player is certainly finding his footing again. A complete shutdown of that exchange as Lancer stays perfectly healthy while shutting things down. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat. What a fight. Lancer brings this all the way back to a deadlock. Everything is on the line now. Absolute grit on display to force this parity. Havoc is keeping his composure, really digging in his heels to regain control of this series. He's showing incredible grit, fighting back from that early deficit to level the score. The underdog is really shaking the foundations of this series. Lancer is simply refusing to break, outdueling his opponent and moving to match point. Lancer has completely shifted the energy of this battle. Unbelievable. Lancer closes it out with a huge finish to take the series. He's finally managed to shake that ghost from his head. This is a huge statement win for the underdog. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we've got Mist and Havoc facing off on red line, with Havoc entering this match as the slight favorite. Havoc holds a massive advantage in the head-to-head history, having won a huge majority of their previous encounters. It makes sense seeing how he just came off a victory against Mist in their very last game. We'll see if Mist can shake that trend today. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but he manages to claw out a victory with a sliver of health left. We're all square now, both Mist and Havoc tied. He's fighting hard to overcome that massive head-to-head deficit. Mist is really putting on the pressure now and catches Havoc right as he's pushing up the ramp. The rating difference isn't showing up on the board right now. A complete shutdown. He's now claiming 3 straight rounds in an incredible surge. Havoc answers back instantly with a sharp pick to tighten the gap. Havoc keeps the pressure high and picks Mist off that ramp to take control again. He seems much more comfortable tonight than he did in that last matchup. Mist edges ahead by 1 and looks really sharp. This is a huge shift from that dominant 13-7 victory he secured last time. Mist has an all-time win rate of 48% across thousands of games. Seeing him pull ahead right now is a big shift from the typical outcome in this pairing. It will be interesting to see if he can actually close this out. We go into the break with Mist leading 7-5. And honestly, he's completely flipped the script on this one. With Havoc as the heavy favorite coming in, we're seeing a potential shocker on our hands. Let's see how Havoc responds here. Mist is really dominating here, holding a 3-round lead. He's really finding a way to dismantle that historical gap today. Oh, totally clean encounter here as Havoc proves he is not going down without a fight. A lightning fast response to keep this game competitive. Mist keeps the momentum rolling, sitting comfortably at 9-6. What a brawl! He nearly went down with that one, but barely manages to scrape through. That's another narrow escape for the favorite. He secures another one from the ramp, refusing to let Mist run away with his match. He's putting himself right back in the mix. Mist holds a 2-round cushion now at 10-8. He's really shaking off those losses from earlier today. Mist is really starting to pull away, picking Havoc off the ramp to extend this lead. He's showing a lot of grit, digging in to narrow this gap. He's finally found a way to stop the bleeding. Another clean hit, and the underdog is simply refusing to back down now. The momentum has completely swung in his favor. What a powerhouse display! He's completely erased the deficit to bring us dead even. Both of them are now staring down the finish line. Completely untouched shot puts Havoc on the verge of victory. Talk about a complete turnaround from that middle stretch. Unbelievable. Havoc closes it out in a spectacular fashion to claim the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit this time around, but those 2 near-death escapes were just too clutch. He had to fight for every inch. What a battle. Welcome to Italy for this duel between Mist and Lancer. Let's see if the favorite can pull off a win here. Lancer currently holds the edge in their head-to-head rivalry with over 900 wins. It's interesting because he won their most recent encounter by a fair margin. So the real question is if Mist can find some revenge tonight. Mist is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is definitely showing a lot of confidence after that 13-8 victory earlier. Lancer is starting to find his footing now, effectively erasing the early deficit. His current form is certainly heating up compared to the start of the day. Mist just edges ahead with a slim 3-2 lead. An incredibly fast response to snap that back in his favor. And we are all square now at 3 apiece. He's playing the role of the underdog perfectly so far. The momentum is shifting. Lancer has really tightened up his game to take a commanding lead in this set. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence right now. A dead heat at 4-all for these two. A big bounce back after those rough results earlier today. Mist claws back into a narrow 1-round lead. He's finally starting to push back against those recent losses. What a scrap. Both players were trading heavy hits, but he digs deep to secure another win. Really shaking off the rust after those tough losses earlier today. Unbelievable. He manages to survive a grueling exchange by the skin of his teeth. Mist leads 7-5 coming into the break. He's playing exactly like the slight favorite we expected. He really took over the pace with that 3-round surge, but Lancer is still very much in this thing. Lancer just needs a spark here. Lancer puts up a fight to bring it to 7-6. He's managed to keep his composure despite this slight rating gap. Mist is playing a strong game despite his recent struggle, having posted a 17-19 record today. Well, it looks like he's finally breaking out of that slump. He's proving that the ratings aren't wrong by pushing this lead further. Mist keeps the pressure on with a 9-7 cushion. A much needed result after those recent losses to Havoc. He's really putting on the pressure now, extending this lead with some incredibly fast reactions. A sharp response from Lancer, keeping himself firmly in the hunt. That was a lightning fast exchange to break the momentum. Mist manages to flush him out of the wine, putting a real dent in any hopes of a comeback here. Lancer earns another round by taking Mist right off the wine. That was a clean look to stop the bleeding. Another flawless win for the underdog as he continues this gritty climb back into the game. Lancer is effectively fighting against the odds right now. A huge stand there. Mist shuts down the comeback and now sits on match point. Just a split second of hesitation from Lancer there. He clawed his way from a tough spot to stay alive in this match. That was a precise execution to keep things interesting. Absolute perfection from Lancer to force the tie. We are heading to overtime. Lancer is completely unstoppable right now, securing his 3rd straight victory to take a commanding lead. He's truly turning the tide in this encounter. What a response. He shuts down that run and brings us back to a deadlock. Both players are reacting so quickly now. We're seeing rounds wrap up in under 2 seconds. Lancer is just refusing to go away, catching him from the wine to bring this tie game to 14. Total deadlock in this overtime battle. He barely walks away from that brawl, clinging to life with just 14 health. An absolutely heart-stopping escape by the underdog. What a phenomenal finish. Lancer storms back to claim the series. He really fought his way back from the brink to seal the deal. Mist gave it everything, but he just couldn't close the door in overtime. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Lancer facing off on Dunes to see who comes out on top. Havoc owns the head-to-head history with 555 wins over his opponent. I mean, it is a staggeringly wide gap that usually defines this pair. We are seeing a very consistent pattern of dominance here, but Lancer is the one who actually took their most recent encounter. Lancer is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. He's currently playing above his rank in this set. Havoc uses that high to his advantage and the match is dead even now. Lancer edges ahead, claiming in arrow free too late. The lower rated player is absolutely refusing to buckle under the pressure. Unreal. Both players were bleeding out, but he manages to scrape by and level the score. He's definitely looking like the more reliable player today. Havoc claws back into the lead at 4-3. He looks to be regaining that confidence after a rough start. A clean shot from the box, and he's now completely taken over this set. Lancer's recent streak of wins isn't helping him here. Lancer quickly finds the target to close the gap to 5-4. He's playing with a lot of confidence after those last few victories. Havoc has put together a solid 22-13 run over the last day. It's a strong showing that's translating into total control of this match. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to slow this down. Havoc is really pulling away with a 7-4 cushion. The gap in skill seems to be bridging correctly here. Havoc goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly what the analysts predicted. He's leaning on that historical advantage and looks very comfortable with his lead right now. Lancer needs a huge momentum shift. Havoc is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. The seed for the favorite is really starting to show. Lancer is staying sharp, tracking Havoc down from the high ground for a quick win. That was an incredibly sharp response to take the round. Havoc just secures another one from the box, really putting a stranglehold on this game. A huge performance from the number 13 ranked player. Lancer is really struggling to keep pace with the sheer speed of these encounters. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just one step away from closing the door on this series. Game over! He finishes it with an effortless burst to seal the victory. Textbook performance from top seed. Lancer showed some real grit early on, but he just couldn't keep up with that pace. Welcome to the arena. We've got Mist taking on Havoc today, with the favorite looking to keep his momentum going. Havoc has traditionally owned this matchup, winning roughly 70% of their total games. It's clear that psychological edge is continuing to play a role here. We'll see if Mist can find a way to flip the script. Havoc is just dominant, leading 2-1. He's certainly playing like a top quartile talent today. Havoc is just too fast, picking Mist right off the box to extend the lead. Coming off a tough run of games lately for Mist. Havoc is firmly in control with a 3-2 lead. Havoc is absolutely cruising at 4-2. Coming off a tough stretch with a 20% win rate in his last 10. Havoc has put up an impressive 23 wins today. That a lot of quality rounds to have under his belt already. It really explains why we're seeing such a gap in consistency between these two right now. Havoc is playing it safe and staying elevated to keep the pressure on Mist. He's really starting to separate himself from the pack here. Havoc really doesn't let him breathe. He just wiped Mist right off that box. He is really making the most of that rating gap. A complete shutdown of the opponent to bring the count to 8. Rough stretch for the man in the 24th slot. Havoc holds a solid 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, this is exactly the kind of start we anticipated. Mist is struggling to keep up with the favorite space right now. Let's see if Mist can wake up. Havoc keeps building a massive lead, now sitting at 9-4. An incredibly fast response to put the pressure back on. Havoc is just too sharp today, knocking Mist off that box and keeping the pressure high. Havoc just puts on a clinic from the Tetris, securing his 3rd straight win. He's absolutely crushing it right now, taking control from the ramp to bring himself to match point. The gap in skill is just on full display right now. Unbelievable. He secures the final kill from the ramp to take home the victory. He just completely shut the door on any chance for a comeback. Mist's really feeling the weight of that losing streak now. Welcome everyone, we're on Mappas today for a close matchup between Mist and Lancer. Let's see who takes it. Lancer holds a slim advantage over the long term with a 52% head-to-head win rate. You know that historical edge is looking very relevant right now as he's coming off a recent victory against Mist as well. This is a tough spot for Mist to recover from. What a frantic sequence. He barely scraped through that exchange to take the lead. He's certainly shaking off that tough stretch from his last few games. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Lancer manages to clutch out the win and level things up. He's looking much sharper than in that earlier encounter on Italy. Mist is putting her on with a 3-2 lead. He's certainly playing better here than in that recent 14-16 loss. Unreal. Lancer holds on by a thread to even this series at 3-3. Both of them are dancing on the edge of defeat right now. Lancer surges ahead to take a 4-3 lead. Hard to ignore that recent 13-11 victory on this specific map. And we're back to a deadlock at 4-4. Lancer is certainly showing some resilience after that rough game against Havoc. Lancer reads the play perfectly and catches Mist right as he's stepping down from the ramp. The higher seeded player is really fighting an uphill battle right now. Mist has been on a tough run, winning only 20% of his last 10 matches. It's clear he's struggling to regain his composure while Lancer looks completely refreshed. It'll be a massive mountain to climb for Mist at this point. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, it's almost exactly what you'd expect for a toss-up match like this. He's showing plenty of confidence to keep that slight edge as we switch sides. Let's see how they adjust. Lancer still holds a narrow one-round lead here. Slightly better standing on the ladder, but he's playing a bit under pressure. Mist fights back to bring this to a 7-7 tie. Absolute precision from him to keep the momentum swinging. Lancer always seems to find a way to reclaim control just as things start feeling like a blowout for Mist. Still seeing that same pattern from their previous matchup today. We are deadlocked at 8 apiece in this nail biter. And an interesting contrast given the rankings of these two. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, barely gripping the lead. It's almost a mirror image of that one-sided beatdown by Havoc earlier today. Lancer is starting to string these together. He's looking very comfortable with this lead right now. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to shut him down. Lancer just barely clings to his 10-9 advantage. The higher ranked man is finally finding his footing in this game. Total deadlock at 10-all, neither player blinking. A quick pair of rounds to get back in the driver's seat. What a scramble. Lancer barely survives that intense shootout to move back into the lead. Absolute nail biter, and he's walking away with only 11 HP. It is a complete toss-up right now. We've got a total stalemate as both players refuse to blink. A nice way to shake off that struggle against Havoc. My goodness, that was an absolute war of attrition, and Mist just barely pulls through to secure his place at the finish line. He closes it out with a perfect shot, shutting the door on Lancer to claim the victory. He really dug deep to turn things around and snap that losing streak. Lancer pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a match between Havoc and Lancer. The favorite is looking very strong lately. Havoc has been historically dominant here, winning about 72% of their past head-to-head meetings. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Lancer can maintain this early pressure against a player who usually has his number. Lancer keeps rolling after a messy exchange, taking a commanding lead to start the map. He's completely flipping the script from their last encounter on Dunes. He's just relentless, securing another quick victory to put a huge gap between them. He's really challenging the ladder rankings right now. Havoc finally responds, getting a round back on the board. We're seeing the skill gap between these two start to manifest. Total shutout, this time showing some real grit from the man trailing behind. What a turnaround, he's now taken 3 straight to keep this game well within reach. This looks like the form we expected from the favorite. He's just unstoppable right now, wiping the slate clean to tie the series. A perfect reset for the match to stay balanced. Lancer steps back in front, grabbing a clean point to take the narrow lead. It's a tough spot for the lower ranked player to maintain this pace. Havoc is riding a huge wave of momentum with an 80% win rate in his last 10 games. It's clear that he's the one who normally dictates the pace here. Lancer is fighting against those odds, but he's certainly doing enough to disrupt Havoc's rhythm early on. We are deadlocked at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of scrap we expected. Both players traded long runs of points, but the favorite is still holding his own. Let's see who takes it from here. He's refusing to back down, securing the 7th point and extending his lead. Exactly how this battle is supposed to go. He managed to outlast his opponent in a tight exchange to pull ahead by 2. The rating difference is starting to be a real factor here. Havoc just clawed back to a slim 8-7 advantage. Lancer is proving he belongs in this match today. Lancer levels the playing field at 8 apiece. He's really holding his own despite that gap in the ladder rankings. He's completely taken over now, securing his 3rd straight point to seize the momentum. The number 12 seed is starting to look vulnerable. Another flawless round for Lancer, whose streak just hit 4. Lancer is really shaking off those recent losses from earlier today. Lancer is just untouchable right now, extending his streak to 5. A complete flip from that 13-5 result we saw on Dunes. Finally, he puts a halt to that run and keeps the dream alive. That was a lightning-fast response to get things closer. He's showing a lot of heart here, refusing to let the gap widen further. That's the composure you'd expect from the top seed in this series. Lancer answers back immediately, putting himself just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. Lancer closes it out and secures the victory. Lancer just pulled off a massive upset. To walk away from this server against someone who owns the head-to-head history is huge. He had to fight for every single round. What a battle! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Havoc facing off on Italy, where Havoc is looking strong today. Havoc has a dominant history in this rivalry, winning roughly 70% of their encounters. That long-term success seems to be translating into a massive confidence boost for him today. He'll be looking to maintain this pressure through the early stages. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. It is a different story than their last meeting today. Everything is back to a dead heat after a really fast exchange. The ladder ranking definitely reflects in his efficiency right now. Havoc pulls ahead, claiming a narrow 3-2 advantage. He's simply outclassing him in the head-to-head right now. Absolute perfection. He's completely shut the door on the competition right now. What a scramble. He nearly went down, but Mist barely scrapes through a wild exchange. He's fighting uphill against a much higher ranking right now. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking a strong advantage from the wine position. He just wiped the floor with Havoc, punishing him right off that wine ledge. The momentum is shifting away from the favorite. He's just completely taken over the map, claiming his 4th straight round. A stark contrast to that dominant victory he secured earlier today. Havoc answers back immediately to close the gap right before the side switch. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, Havoc was expected to steamroll this, but he's actually struggling. It's a surprising turn of events given how much he usually owns this head-to-head. Havoc needs a reset here. Havoc keeps it tight, trailing by just a single point. He's certainly showing why he's higher on the ladder today. We're totally locked in now, 7-all for both. The top tier ranking for Havoc is certainly providing an edge here. Total shutdown as Havoc blasts him right off the wine for his 3rd straight victory. Mist settles the score back to a dead, even split after a quick firefight. He's proving to be a formidable opponent for Havoc today. Mist regains control, now leading the way 9-8. His current form seems to be sliding in this set. A frantic exchange where both players landed heavy shots, but Mist manages to claw out the win. He's really turning the tide on his favorite today. A quick response here to keep things interesting. A really solid showing from him today so far. Mist is putting on quite a show, putting a serious dent in the favorite's hopes. That was a razor-thin victory for the lower-ranked player. A flawless sequence of shots puts him on the verge of victory. Absolute shock to see the underdog holding such a steady lead. Havoc stays in the face of defeat, denying the immediate finish and extending this fight. Unbelievable, he closes it out right there to secure the victory. He just completely broke the script today. It's a massive result given how often he's been outplayed in this rivalry. He really earned that one. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone, Mist and Lancer are stepping onto red line for today's matchup to see who comes out on top. Lancer looks sharp, taking that first point with a strong opening from the ramp. Lancer has a slight overall lead in their long-term head-to-head history. Lancer currently holds a decent lead in their all-time history together, but Mist is the one who actually walked away with their most recent meeting. It will be interesting to see if he can find that same winning form today. Lancer simply refuses to budge, knocking his opponent off the ramp to build a huge lead. A tough way to start for the higher rated player in this match. Mist answers back immediately, keeping himself in the fight. He pulls off a total shutdown on that ramp, keeping the fight alive. The favorite is finally starting to push back. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a third straight for a huge momentum shift. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the current leader. What a turnaround. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring the series level. He's looking every bit the favorite right now. Lancer quickly puts a stop to that run, reclaiming the lead. Lancer has always thrived in these tight exchanges. Lancer has a winning record in over 1,800 matchups against Mist, and he's starting to look like the clear favorite here. It'll be tough for Mist to dig himself out of this hole if the momentum stays this way. That was a brutal exchange, but he comes out on top and secures a commanding lead before the break. We head into the break with Lancer leading 8-4. Mist looked poised to take over after a strong run, but he just couldn't close the gap. He'll need to find a more consistent gear to secure this series. Time for a total reset. What a scrap! He clings to life by a thread after fighting back from the ramp. He's certainly leaning into that favorable form from earlier today. Another quick win for Mist, who's stubbornly chipping away at that deficit. A strong showing for the higher seed here. Lancer still holds a 3-point cushion over Mist. A lightning fast response to take control again. Flawless effort from the ramp as he continues to close the gap. A quick out, keeping the pressure high. He's simply not letting up, keeping this resurgence alive with a completely untouched round. He's starting to play like the seed he was given. Incredible, he manages to pull everything level, finally erasing that early deficit. Total deadlock. Now as we head into the 20th, Lancer puts a stop to that momentum, grabbing another point for himself. Mist is simply refusing to go away, picking the other player right off the ramp to level the score. Lancer gets a clean look from the ramp to reclaim a narrow lead. Lancer has definitely found a way to fight back today. Lancer finds his mark from the ramp and is now just 1 point away from victory. A super composed display of aim from the leading player. Huge stop by Mist, who shows incredible grit by keeping the dream alive. He looks completely unfazed by the pressure of this closing stretch. Game over. Lancer shuts the door on the series with a final decisive burst. Mist really put up a hell of a fight to stay in this one, but he just couldn't find that final point. What a match. Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Havoc taking on Lancer, the heavy favorite looking to bounce back and claim victory. Havoc leads the long-term head-to-head with a 71% win rate. But that historical edge hasn't helped him in their most recent meeting. Lancer is playing with a lot of confidence after winning their last encounter. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The higher ranked player is definitely starting to assert himself here. He claims another victory from the box, fully taking over the pace of this match. Lancer recovers quickly to tighten the gap. He's definitely finding a way to bridge that rating gap today. Unbelievable. He scrapes through that chaotic exchange with almost nothing left, leveling the series. He's really putting that number 26 on the ladder to the test. Havoc pulls ahead once more, now leading 4-3. He's definitely looking to shake off those 2 losses from earlier. Havoc has put together a strong 22-13 record over the last day. It's starting to look like he's finally translating that recent heat into this specific series. He has the momentum now, and we'll see if Lancer can find a way to break this streak. Havoc is starting to run away with it at 6-4. That gap in the ratings is starting to show. Lancer is refusing to let Havoc build any real momentum here. We're looking at a total deadlock. Havoc takes a 7-5 to the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as predicted here. He's holding the advantage, but Lancer is still very much in the fight. Lancer needs to step up now. Havoc is just dominating, pushing his lead to 8-5. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those 21 losses today. Lancer is showing some serious grit here, shutting things down completely to keep himself in the game. Lancer is stubbornly refusing to fold under the pressure. Havoc extends the lead, now sitting pretty at 9-6. He's fighting a tough uphill battle as the 13th seed. That was an effortless shot, and the underdog keeps the pressure high. He's proving to be a lot tougher to put away than expected. Havoc has a comfortable 3-round cushion at 10-7. Lancer is having a tough time today after that struggle against Mist. Totally clean sequence as he keeps the fight alive and cuts into that lead. It's a real dogfight now with that lead shrinking. Everything is coming back to him now. That response time was absolutely lightning fast. He just shut that door shut with a lightning fast shot. Havoc is absolutely lethal right now, shutting everything down to put himself one step away from victory. Absolutely flawless. Havoc closes it out with a complete shutout to claim the victory. He really looks like he's found his form again today, taking that final set with total confidence. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off, with Havoc entering as the slight favorite today. Havoc holds a huge advantage in their overall history, having won 70% of their total encounters. It makes sense why he's starting strong here, given how often he dominates this specific pairing. We'll see if Mist can find a way to flip the script today. He's simply outclassing the opposition right now, taking full control of the map. Mist puts up a fight, clearing the ramp for a quick point. He needs to find more consistency if he wants to close this out. Havoc is running away with this, leading 4-1. His current form reflects that high 70% win rate over the last 10. Havoc is absolutely cruising to a 5-1 lead. A strong 23-12, showing over the last day, gives him a lot of confidence. A quick exchange there on the ramp, and Mist manages to get the better of him. His rank is higher, but the individual rounds are staying close. Mist completely shuts him down from the ramp, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. A really clean series of responses to get the momentum back. Unreal. He nearly went down, but Mist digs deep to secure another round and keep the rally going. The gap in this series is practically non-existent now. Havoc quickly puts a stop to that rally, reclaiming a 2-round cushion. He's looking sharp after that recent win against Lancer. Havoc just completely blindsided him on the ramp, extending that lead even further. He's clearly feeling the pressure from that recent loss to Mist. Havoc takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the switch. I mean, things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. He's comfortably in charge though. Mist did manage to string together a few strong rounds to stay in it. Fresh start now. Mist is fighting through a tough stretch, managing only a 30% win rate in his last 10 matches. It shows just how much resolve he's showing right now by keeping this scoreline competitive. He's determined not to let his recent slide define this series. Mist is refusing to back down, catching Havoc right as he stepped off the ramp. He's showing he can definitely hang with a higher rated opponent. An absolute blink and you missed it play as Mist keeps this resurgence alive. That's a scary amount of speed from the underdog. He manages to pluck him right off the wine box, and that's a 3-round burst of momentum. Absolutely incredible. He's managed to erase that entire deficit, bringing the series to a dead heat at 9-all. Pure chaos now as everything has been reset. Simply untouchable right now, as he maintains the pace to claim a 5th consecutive victory. The pressure is mounting for the pre-match. He is simply on another level right now, extending that streak to 6. He's completely taken over the map now, securing a 7th straight victory to put himself on the verge of the win. Havoc stays cool on the ramp to shut down that run, refusing to let the series slip away. What a response. He keeps the pressure on with another flawless sequence. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite. He's just too strong right now, forcing this game into a sudden death tie. Tied up in a total deadlock as we head into the final stretch. He's completely seized control of this overtime stretch, securing his 4th straight victory. Total dominance from him to close out the main set. Havoc is simply refusing to blink, putting up a 5th straight win to pull away. Absolutely oppressive pressure from the front runner right now. What a scramble. He clings to a tiny sliver of health to keep this incredible run going. Just an absolute nail-biter of a finish there. Mist finds a way to shut things down and clears him off the planks. The underdog is starting to look very dangerous in this overtime. What a finish. Havoc pulls off the ultimate comeback to secure the match victory. He just couldn't let that momentum slide, especially with the way this overtime went. Mist fought a war out there, but he just ran out of steam in the end. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. We've got Mist and Lancer facing off today to see who comes out on top. Lancer has been the stronger player in their direct history, winning over 52% of their games together. He's carrying that psychological edge right now after their most recent meeting earlier today. We'll see if Mist can pivot his strategy to avoid a repeat result. Lancer secures his first straight win, completely erasing Mist's early lead. He's already looking to repeat that victory from earlier today. A sharp reaction from Mist to put an end to that run. He's finally starting to play like the favorite we expected. Unreal. He clings to life by a thread to secure this one, showing real grit in a brutal exchange. He's completely turned the tide, evening the score with another flawless round. Lancer is feeling the pressure after that loss against Zephyr today. A lightning fast reaction there, putting him back in the lead. He's simply refusing to fold, claiming another round to bring things completely level. Total reset, we're back to a dead. He's in full control now, extending the lead as the comeback continues. The gap in their ranking is starting to show here. What a scrap. He survives that chaotic brawl to keep his momentum rolling. He's putting on an absolute clinic right now. Frighteningly fast snap to the head, making it 4 straight for the surging player. Mist takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's been a toss-up for most of this half. He's holding a slim advantage, but Lancer is proving he can trade blows with a higher-ranked player. Lancer needs to step up now. Lancer is showing a lot of heart, keeping this close with a completely clean exchange. He is certainly shaking off the rust from that earlier defeat today. He simply refuses to let the momentum swing back, maintaining his current lead. He's starting to look like the better player on paper. He just outlasted him in a slow burn exchange, keeping his health completely intact. Lancer is proving to be a very stubborn opponent tonight. Mist is showing impressive resolve, shutting down that run and pushing the gap to 2. The higher seed is starting to look like a stronger force now. The underdog refuses to quit, clawing his way back into this game. The momentum is shifting back into his favor. What an absolute war of attrition. He barely scrapes through that chaotic sequence to regain a 2-round cushion. Another clean exchange for Mist, continuing his climb back into this match. The gap in skill level is becoming evident as we hit the home stretch. He just barely survives that trade to put himself on the verge of victory. Lancer is just completely locked out of this one right now. Absolutely incredible. He survives that slugfest to complete the comeback and secure the series. He really had to fight through those low health scrambles to close it out. A huge mentality shift from that loss earlier today. What a match. Welcome to Orange. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off today, with the favorite looking strong heading into this match. Havoc owns the head-to-head history with a commanding 72% win rate over Lancer. He's also coming off a fresh victory against the same opponent. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological advantage kicks in now. Lancer is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. He's comfortably sitting at number 12 on the ladder. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early here, keeping Havoc on his heels. Lancer is just dominating, putting up a huge 4-1 lead. Lancer is playing with nothing to lose right now. Incredible grit from Havoc. He nearly goes down but secures the kill to keep this fight alive. A huge relief for Havoc to finally see some success on the board. He's refusing to fold, mirroring that last shot to bring the game closer. That's 2 in a row for the favored player. Havoc has a strong 23-12 record over the last 24 hours, but he's clearly struggling to translate that momentum into a lead right now. Lancer is making him work for every single point. Lancer keeps the momentum swinging his way, securing a very clean finish to put up a substantial gap. Havoc keeps his composure here and secures the trade just before the break. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, we're seeing a genuine struggle for the higher ranked player here. Lancer is defying the odds right now and holding a surprising advantage heading into the second half. Time for the switch. A flawless snap to the head, showing some real grit from Havoc as he claws back. He's definitely starting to look like the favorite we expected. Lancer still holds a narrow 2-round edge. Lancer is fighting for a tough stretch today after that recent loss to Mist. Goodness, that was an absolute brawl. He barely escapes that encounter with a sliver of life. Just a total scramble of a finish there. He's not backing down, erasing another round to keep the pressure on Lancer. The gap in skill on paper hasn't mattered much tonight. Lancer is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Lancer is certainly making up for those losses to Mist from earlier. What a chaotic exchange. Havoc digs deep and barely survives that firefight to keep the climb going. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He's on a roll now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The momentum is shifting heavily toward the higher seeded player. What a scrap. Lancer barely scrapes through that brutal trade to take the round. Lancer is really making him fight for every single inch. A swift reaction there as he shuts the door quickly to keep this series alive. What a display of resilience. He dominates from the ramp to bring the score level. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle to stay in this set. Unreal fight. Havoc clings on with barely anything left to reach match point. Lancer's confidence has completely vanished after that exchange. Lancer answers back immediately, forcing this battle into a tie. Lancer is really closing in on the finish line here, taking total control of the finale. It's a desperate fight for survival for the rank 27 player. What an absolute statement. He just wipes the slate clean to lock this setup at 13-all. Lightning fast reaction from Havoc to secure another victory and seize the lead. Lancer shuts him down from the ramp and we are right back to a dead heat. Neither player is giving an inch in this deadlock. He just can't be stopped now, putting an incredible amount of pressure on Lancer in this final stretch. This really is a battle of nerves at this stage. He answers back with a sharp burst to tie this series up. The underdog is simply refusing to quit this series. Havoc just reclaimed a slim one-round advantage. Havoc extends his lead to 17-15 with that push. Havoc is stretching the gap further to 18-15. The gap in raw talent is becoming obvious as we hit the final stretch. Havoc is pulling away, now holding a 4-round cushion. He really dug in his heels there to close out a marathon of a set. Lancer fought him every step of the way. What a grind. Welcome to the show. Mist and Havoc are heading to Italy for this match to see who takes the win. Havoc really owns the history here, winning 70% of their career encounters. I mean, he's coming into this with a huge confidence boost after taking the most recent matchup between the two. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to flip the script today. Havoc holds a slim lead as we move forward. He's really putting on a show after that recent win against Lancer. Mist is looking a bit shaky here. He really needs to find a way to slow things down. The top quartile talent is really showing through here. Havoc's just one step ahead with a 3-2 lead. The higher seed is finally starting to feel the pressure. Mist fights back to tie it up at 3-all. He's proving he can hang with the favorites today. The momentum is swinging back and forth rapidly, but Havoc is currently managing to keep things tight. And just like that, Mist levels the playing field. He's really fighting the odds today against a higher ranked opponent. Havoc was completely on top of him there, quickly cleaning up from the wind. It is a deadlock at 5 apiece for these two. He's really putting a lot of pressure on the favorite right now. Mist finally grabs the lead with a 6-5 advantage. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. We head into the break tied up 6-6. Well, Mist is definitely defying the odds here. He's refusing to buckle despite the head-to-head history, keeping the pace even with the top-seeded player. Fresh start for both players now. Mist is pulling ahead now, clutching a narrow lead. He's really showing a lot of grit against the 12 seed. Havoc just clawed back to make it 7-all. Havoc looks far more comfortable out of the gate today. These last few rounds have been an absolute blink and you miss it affair. The speed of these exchanges is just incredible. A complete stalemate as they hit 8 each. The 12th player is managing to keep his nerve. Mist just edges ahead by a single round. Looking like a completely different match than their last meeting. Mist is now moving with a lot of confidence, having won 51% of his games on this map historically. It's a huge contrast to his form over the last 24 hours, where he struggled to a 16-19 record. He's finally turned the tide in his favor today. Havoc is showing some real fight now, quickly shutting that exchange down. A huge play there, putting Mist in the driver's seat for the match. A complete role reversal from what we expected coming into this. Absolutely stunning. Mist seals the deal with a perfect shot to close out the series. He's finally broken that curse against the number 12 seed. To walk away with the series after years of struggle is just huge. What a result! Welcome everyone, we're on red line today for a close matchup between Mist and Lancer. Let's see who takes it. What a fight. Both players traded heavy damage, but Lancer barely edges out the victory. Mist holds the advantage by securing a strong angle on the ramp. Lancer is really looking to shake off that recent slump. Lancer is looking sharp and really using that ramp to his advantage today. Lancer looks to make up for that tough blame map loss. We're all squared up now, a real deadlock. The higher rated man is putting that gap on display. Goodness. That was a total slugfest. Mist manages to clutch it out from the ramp to take a lead. The head-to-head history is heavily skewed in favor of Lancer. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Lancer manages to claw his way out alive. He's keeping the pressure on and refuses to let it slide. Lancer tried to hold the high ground, but Mist simply reacted faster to shut him down. He's continuing his dominance after that 13-8 result earlier today. Neither player is budging at a tight 4, all split. Lancer is certainly fighting to flip the script today. Mist now holds a thin lead, sitting at 5-4. That's been the trend in their most recent meetings. Mist is really stacking up the rounds here, quickly picking Lancer off the run. Lancer has really been struggling to close out a series tonight. Mist burns right through him on the ramp to secure another victory. He's certainly not letting the underdog label slow him down today. Mist leads 7-5 going into the break, while the higher ranked player is keeping up his momentum and generally controlling the pace. Lancer is still in it though, having survived a couple of very scary rounds. Time for a quick reset. Mist is really starting to put a grip on this one, using that ramp to widen the gap. Lancer has really struggled to find any footing today. Lancer is showing real grit here, stepping up to secure a perfectly clean round. Just a lightning fast exchange to get things back on track. Lancer is currently dealing with a 3-loss streak over his last few games. It's a tough spot to be in when you can't seem to close out a series. Now it's all on him to find a way back into this. Unbelievable. He survives an absolute war on the ramp to stay firmly in this fight. A huge shot to put those nerves to rest. He refuses to go away, shutting down the momentum and narrowing the gap to a single round. Mist regains a 2-round cushion at 10-8. Lancer has been enduring a brutal run across all his matches today. Lancer just couldn't find the answer for that angle, and Mist is quickly putting a lot of pressure on him. Lancer is having a brutal stretch with those recent losses piling up. Another explosive exchange goes his way, and now he's just a single round away from victory. Absolute precision on that final shot. Lancer answers back with a swift shot, keeping the dream alive for now. Lancer finally managed to shut him down. He's showing incredible resolve, refusing to let the match slip away as he narrows the gap. Lancer is on fire right now, securing another clean victory to keep his comeback dream alive. Total mayhem for this final round, but he manages to close the gap and force overtime. Pure insanity to see the momentum swing this hard. Mist stops the charge and takes control of the scoreboard once again. It's starting to look like their recent 13-8 clash all over again. Lancer displays an incredible amount of fight, picking Mist right off the ramp to level this series. Total composure from Lancer to keep this game locked in. Lancer was almost back in control, but Mist answers right back to put himself in a prime spot. A rough day overall for Lancer, with those losses stacking up. A brutal trade of shots there, but Mist comes out on top to move within striking distance of the finish. Total shutdown, showing he's really the stronger man right now. Lancer stays incredibly composed on that ramp to keep himself alive in this series. Tight window on that exchange to stay in the hunt. Unbelievable, Mist barely survives that exchange to secure the victory and the match. He really had to dig deep in those overtime rounds to get it done. Lancer put up an incredible fight, but just couldn't find that final push. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the show. Havoc and Lancer are facing off on map pass, with Havoc entering the match as the clear favorite. Havoc holds a massive lifetime lead in their head-to-head history, so it's a bit surprising to see him drop the opener here. He really needs to settle in quickly if he wants to avoid another close struggle against Lancer. Havoc finally finds his rhythm to lead 2-1. Lancer really needs to flip the script after those recent losses. He's completely untouchable right now, racking up 3 straight rounds in a row. It's been a tough stretch for Lancer lately. Lancer gets a fast response to bring the score back to a 1-round gap. Lancer is definitely fighting to avoid another skewed result. Havoc extends his lead, now sitting comfortably at 4-2. Havoc really likes that ramp, and Lancer just can't seem to find an answer for it right now. Unbelievable. He almost went down there, but manages to scrap through with the win. He's definitely playing with the confidence of that high ranking. He's simply too fast right now, extending that streak to 4 straight. The gap in their ratings is really starting to show. He's just completely in control, securing his 5th straight victory. Another fast snap from the ramp as he continues to push his lead. Lancer hasn't been able to find a win today. Havoc takes a huge 10-2 lead, and honestly, he's playing exactly as the rankings suggested. Lancer is struggling to put up any real fight against this kind of pressure. Lancer needs a complete reset here. Lancer manages to shut him down on the ramp to stop the momentum from sliding further. Still, a steep climb given the head-to-head history. Havoc has been the vastly superior opponent in their history together, winning 72% of their head-to-head meetings. Well, but Lancer is showing some genuine resilience by putting up a fight in this second half. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually force a more competitive game here. He just keeps getting the better of Lancer from that ramp. His rank 13 status is definitely providing a safety net here. He manages to scrap out another victory, putting himself just one round away from victory. He's looking every bit as strong as his recent form suggests. Absolutely outclassed. He shuts the door with a perfect finish to close out the series. Just a complete mismatch from start to finish. Lancer fought his heart out, but he simply couldn't keep up with that pace. Welcome everyone. Mist and Havoc are facing off on Dunes, with the favorite looking to keep his lead today. Havoc holds a massive head-to-head advantage, winning 70% of their encounters over a huge sample size. He usually controls the pace in this rivalry, but Mist is coming off a victory against him in their most recent match. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries over. Mist takes a commanding lead with 2 rounds up. He's definitely feeling the pressure of that top quartile ranking. It's simply too fast for him right now, putting together a 3-round run. The higher rated side is looking completely lost right now. Havoc manages to respond, cutting the gap to just 1 round. Looking at that 24-12 run today, he's definitely in a good groove. Mist recovers his lead, pushing it back to 4-2. The lower ranked player is putting up a serious fight here. Mist is currently riding a strong wave of momentum with a 3-win streak leading into this session. It's a sharp contrast to how he typically fares against Havoc over the long term. Now he's trying to prove that this run is more than just a fluke. Havoc shuts that down quickly and cleans up the exchange. He just needed 1 clean exchange to get back in the fight. Another lightning fast exchange, and he's showing some real grit to keep this close. He's starting to lock in on the defensive side. What a surge! He's completely taken over the map, keeping his lead as we head into the final frame of the half. Got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Mist is really defying the odds here by staying neck and neck. It's an incredibly balanced start to this series. Fresh start for both players. That was a brutal exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent to take a narrow lead. Pure guts to close that out with such a low health pool. Total deadlock now, both Mist and Havoc sit tight. The underdog is refusing to buckle. He's showing incredible resilience here, strolling through that encounter without taking any damage. And we are back at the stalemate at 8-8. Havoc is really having a tough time shaking the rust here. Mist edges back in front with a slim lead. The momentum is winging, but opponent still has the edge overall. He keeps the pressure on, continuing this impressive run of victories. His opponent is usually so commanding in this head-to-head history. He secures the kill from the box, keeping this series well within reach. A sharp response to prevent the lead from slipping further away. Mist is really controlling the tempo now, securing a nice high ground advantage to keep things moving in his favor. Havoc is showing a lot of heart here, shutting him down in a flash to close the gap. He secures the kill and puts himself just 1 victory away from closing this out. Havoc strikes from the box to keep this series alive. He is definitely fighting to prove he's still the better player. Unbelievable finish. He manages to survive that frantic trade to close out the series. He's finally starting to tip the scales in this long-term rivalry, proving he can handle the pressure when it counts. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today on Orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a narrow lead in their long-term head-to-head history, and honestly, he's looking to turn that lifelong edge into a concrete advantage today. With Mist coming into this on a 4-match win streak, the momentum is definitely clashing here. Absolutely ruthless. He secures another clean win to move to 3 straight. Mist finds his footing here, showing some grit to get back on the board. The favoritism for the underdog is starting to make sense. Lancer is dominating this set with a 4-1 lead. The lower rated player is really finding his confidence here. He walks right through his opponent and continues this strong push. He's proving why the odds leaned his way before the match. A lightning fast reflex play here as he continues to claw back into this series. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that trade, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He's putting that recent slide behind him for now. A total blur of a round, but that was a sharp piece of aiming to keep this contest close. What a desperate scrap. Both players poured it all into that fight, but he manages to hold on by a thread. That was a perfect shot to keep the pressure on before we head into the interval. He's keeping this absolutely locked in as the half approaches. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, this is a total deadlock right now. Despite a shaky 12-24 record in his last few games, Lancer is standing his ground and refusing to let Mist take control. Fresh start for both of them. Lancer edges ahead by 1 in a nail biter. He's fighting hard to reverse the trend from their last encounter. Completely shuts him down here to level the playing field. He's really capitalizing on that early favorite status. He refuses to fold, taking a clean round to finally seize the lead. The higher seed is finally starting to assert his dominance. He's simply not letting up, securing his 3rd straight to put a real dent in Lancer's confidence. He's putting on a display that justifies those pre-match expectations. Another flawless strike. He's completely overturned the script to grab a 3-round lead. He's just completely locked in right now. Lancer manages to win this chaotic scramble and proves he's not going down without a fight. Tough break for the favorite to lose that momentum. Lancer survives an intense trade to keep this comeback rolling. Lancer is finally carving out a path back into this. The lead is now down to a single round. A snap-fast reaction to put a 2-round cushion back in his favor. That was an incredibly sharp reset by the favorite. Lancer survives another slugfest to keep this comeback alive. His own composure is really holding up under this pressure. What a wild exchange, but Mist emerges from the chaos to put himself in a position to close this out. Lancer is running out of time to respond to that. A total shutdown by Lancer, who keeps the dream alive by refusing to blink. Lancer is refusing to just let the series slip away. Lancer digs deep to survive that trade, forcing a tie and pushing this entire series into overtime. Both of them are just refusing to let the other have this. He's just unstoppable right now, surging ahead with another huge win to reclaim the lead. The pressure is mounting for the higher rated player in this spot. absolutely over. He just completely broke Mist's momentum and is now cruising toward the finish line. The momentum shift is simply staggering. Mist just shut that door fast, showing incredible heart to keep this fight alive. He needed that crucial reset to stay in the game. What an intense exchange. He outlasts the duel to pull this score completely even. Neither of them is giving an inch today. What a clutch response to put himself a single round away from victory. The pressure of being the slight favorite is really weighing on Mist. Incredible grit from Lancer to close this out and secure the map victory. He really dug in the trenches for that one, surviving several brushes with death to bring home the victory. Absolute war, what a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. Havoc and Lancer are ready to go, and we've got a strong favorite entering the ring. Lancer shows no fear of the rankings here, just taking Havoc right off the Tetris for that early lead. The head-to-head history is just staggering, with Havoc winning 72% of their encounters. It's no surprise that Lancer is struggling to put together any real momentum here. We'll see if he can actually shift the tide this series. Absolute deadlock now, with both Havoc and Lancer tied up. He's certainly looking to bounce back after that tough loss to Mist. Havoc is starting to separate himself here, really capitalizing on that small lead. A rough day so far for the number 28 seed. What a scramble! He manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange to keep the streak alive. The gap in their ratings is starting to manifest in these exchanges. He's just completely taking over from Heaven, and that's a huge 4-round run. The consistency he's showing is a far cry from that close fight against Mist. Lancer refuses to go away, winning a fierce duel to keep the pressure on. A crucial moment for the underdog to stay in this. Havoc has been in great form lately with a 22-13 record over the last day. So yeah, that high level of confidence is clearly bleeding into this series. Lancer is really feeling the pressure as he tries to stop this slide. Havoc is really pulling away now with a 7-4 lead. The higher seed is really asserting his authority in this one. Havoc heads into the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, he's simply playing exactly how we expected. Lancer had a few bright spots, but the higher seed has been too sharp today. Time for the switch. Lancer claws one back, but Havoc still holds the 8-5 advantage. He's definitely trying to shake off that 13-23 run from earlier today. He's not letting the deficit discourage him, putting together another win to narrow the gap. Lancer is starting to look much more composed in these exchanges. Another quick flick, and the comeback is well underway for the underdog. He quickly puts an end to that brief surge, reclaiming the lead. A huge experience gap usually speaks for itself. Lancer manages to shut him down from heaven, proving he's still very much in the fight. That was a really clean read on the positioning. Havoc holds a slim 2-point cushion at 10-8. It's definitely a tighter contest than their recent 13-5 encounter. Unreal, he barely survives that frantic exchange from the Tetris, securing a huge victory. He's showing some incredible poise to pull that off with a sliver of health. Havoc is simply untouchable right now, crushing that exchange to reach match point. Just total control in that exchange. A sudden stop to the momentum as Lancer delivers a completely clean shot. He's refusing to let this match slide away. Lancer is on fire, catching the favorite right off the Tetris with that lightning fast flick. Absolutely shredded the angle on that one. A brutal exchange, but Lancer hangs on to keep this rally going. He's completely flipped the script in this final stretch. What a finish. Havoc puts an end to the comeback attempt and secures the victory. Lancer pushed him to the absolute limit in that final stretch, but it just wasn't enough to close the deal. What a match. Welcome everyone, we've got Mist and Havoc facing off on Fast Aim. Havoc is the favorite, but Mist is looking for another win. Mist came out of the gate strong, picking Havoc off the wine box for that opening lead. A big opening for the underdog given that head-to-head history. Havoc has historically won 70% of their games together, but that long-term dominance is feeling irrelevant right now. Mist is playing with a huge amount of confidence after taking their previous encounter. He's clearly determined to make this a pattern. Unreal. Havoc barely scrapes through that exchange on the ramp to tie this up. It's a completely fresh start for both of them. He is on a roll now, quickly shutting down that attempt for a 3-round streak. He is simply untouchable right now, putting up an incredible string of 4 straight. Mist answers back, picking his opponent off the planks to keep things close. He's definitely playing a different game today than in their past meetings. They both fought for that same piece of ground, but Mist had the faster reaction time. The higher seed is starting to look very vulnerable. Havoc is quicker to the trigger here, catching Mist right as he pushes from the ramp. A solid shift for the higher seeded player. Havoc is sitting on a 22-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He's managing to turn the tide here and put himself firmly in control. What a scramble! He barely clings to life with a handful of health to stay in charge. The ranking gap between these two is certainly starting to show. Havoc heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. It's been a fairly predictable start to the map. Havoc is keeping his composure and maintaining a slim lead, just as the analysts predicted. Let's see if Mist can rally. A very clean response from Mist, who's showing a lot of heart to keep this fight alive. He's definitely not letting the pressure get to him. Havoc maintains a 2-round edge heading into this next one. Havoc has clearly figured out how to shut down those aggressive pushes. Mist is refusing to go away, picking his opponent off the ramp to close the gap further. He's proving that the seedings don't tell the whole story. Havoc is really making the most of those planks to reclaim the momentum here. That rating gap is starting to play a role. Havoc is pulling away with a commanding 3-round lead. Havoc is safely tucked into the top 15 on our ladder. That was effortless. He's staying aggressive and refusing to let his opponent pull away. He's continuing this push, securing another effortless victory to bring the score to 9-10. The gap is practically gone now. Havoc reads that wine box position perfectly to take control again. The number 13 seed is really starting to assert himself here. Another swift victory for Havoc, leaving his opponent with no answer. He's completely locked in right now. And there it is. Havoc finishes the match with a perfect shot on the ramp to close things out. Mist really fought for every single round there, but he just couldn't find a way to shut that down. Welcome to the match. We've got Mist and Lancer facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a slight edge in the overall head-to-head history across nearly 2,000 encounters. It's interesting because Mist seems to have the upper hand in their more recent clashes. The big question now is if Lancer can recover his composure after a tough start. Unbelievable. Lancer barely scrapes through that exchange, surviving with almost nothing left. The favorite has definitely shifted throughout this set. Lancer is taking full control of the server, now simply outclassing his opponent for the third straight frame. A very quick response here to hold that momentum. A tough day so far for the number 28 rated player. And we're deadlocked at 3 apiece between Mist and Lancer. He's certainly trying to bounce back from that tough loss to Havoc. Lancer pushes ahead just a bit, leading 4-3. Tough outing today for Lancer, coming off a 12-24 record. We're seeing a total stalemate right now. These two are refusing to give an inch. He's putting that recent loss to Havoc behind him. Mist just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 5-4. A solid performance so far from the slight favorite. What a scramble! Mist survives a brutal firefight by a hair to take his third straight. Lancer finds the mark with a clean shot to close out the frame. Lancer is fighting hard to avoid another tough day at the office. We've got a 6 all deadlock going into the switch. Well, it's basically a mirror image of what we expected. Both of these players are playing at the exact same level right now. Time for a total reset. Mist edges ahead with a narrow 7-6 lead. That was a lightning fast reaction to take the lead. His recent form has definitely been looking stronger. Mist has an impressive 1917 record over the last day. That level of consistency is starting to pay off in this set. He's clearly in a better place mentally than Lancer right now, who has struggled to find his footing today. Lancer claws back, and we're perfectly tied at 8. The lower ranked player is refusing to fold in this one. Lancer is just tearing through these rounds right now, effortlessly securing a third straight win. This result mirrors their most recent head-to-head on Orange. Lancer's hot streak continues with another perfect blow, firmly seizing control of the map. He's simply refusing to let up, securing his 5th straight round with total ease. Lancer looks like the completely different player than he did in that 5-13 loss. Lancer is practically unstoppable right now, reaching match point with a total shutdown. The pressure is just too high for Mist to handle now. A clutch response from Mist to keep the game alive. That gives him some breathing room after a brutal stretch. What a finish. Lancer survives a chaotic spray battle to claim the victory. He really managed to turn his day around with that performance. Lancer finally shakes off the losses and secures the win. What a match. Welcome everyone. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Italy today, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Havoc came out swinging with a quick reaction, taking Lancer right off the wine. The head-to-head history is heavily skewed in his favor. Havoc is widely considered the superior player, sitting significantly higher on the ladder, but he's been struggling for consistency in his last few matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can recover his composure and pull away. Lancer is just too quick right now, securing another effortless victory to climb into a commanding position. The momentum has completely shifted. Lancer is simply too fast, extending his lead to 4-1. He's not going down without a fight, securing a clean round to tighten the gap. The skill gap is still evident even if he's trailing. Lancer is firmly in control at 5-2. A huge shift from the previous encounter on Blame. Lancer is managing a great run of form, having secured 6 rounds so far. This is quite impressive considering he typically struggles to close out games against his opponent. Well, it's a bold statement of intent from the underdog. We just need to see if he can maintain this pressure through the half. Lancer keeps the pressure on, leading 7-3. A massive swing for the man currently sitting at rank 28. These rounds are flying by, and we're seeing a lot of quick exchanges as we approach the halfway mark. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is just not how we thought the map would go. It's shocking to see him lead by 4 given Havoc's long history of winning these matchups. Time to see if it sticks. Havoc finds the mark again and cleans him right off the wine. He's certainly not letting his opponent stroll to a victory today. He's showing a lot of grit, taking another round to chip away at that lead. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. Lancer holds a 3-round cushion as we hit 15. He's putting up a serious fight despite that ranking gap. Lancer still comfortably ahead at 10-6. Lancer is clearly playing his best match of the day so far. Unbelievable. Lancer claws through that exchange to survive with a sliver of health, extending his lead to 11-6. Simply unbelievable to walk away from that with only 2 health. He just completely shuts down any hope of a comeback, putting himself 1 round away from the win. A total reversal of the pre-match expectations. Absolutely flawless finish by Lancer to seal the deal and close out the match. Total domination from the underdog. I can't believe he just brushed aside a top 12 player like that. welcome everyone to Orange. We have Mist taking on Havoc, though the favorite looks very strong today. Havoc really holds a psychological edge here, winning about 70% of their lifetime encounters. It's a stark contrast to Mist, who is coming into this set having dropped his last 3 matches in a row. It'll be a tough climb for the underdog if he can't shake that losing skid. He is absolutely on fire, taking an early 3-round lead. The gap in their recent results is really showing right now. He's just completely shut down any chance of a comeback, extending his lead to 4. A swift response from Mist to get back on the board. The underdog is fighting to flip the script here. Havoc dominates this set, cruising into a 5-1 lead. He's playing like a man on a mission today. Havoc is currently sitting in the top 15 on the ladder, and he is absolutely asserting that superiority here. It's becoming a bit of a nightmare for Mist, who really needs to find a way to break this momentum before things get completely out of hand. Okay, gritty scrap of a round, but he manages to scrap his way to another victory. It feels like a repeat of their previous encounter today. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another clean win to reach 9. He's effectively continuing his run from their previous meet on fast aim. He's just not letting up, securing a 6th straight victory to keep this lead wide open. A brutal day at the office for the number 24 seed. Havoc heads into the break with a commanding 11-1 lead. This is exactly what we expected to see. He looks completely in control after putting together a 7-round tier to open the map. Mist needs a total reset here. Mist manages to snatch another one, but he's still swimming against a very strong tide. Still a huge hill to climb for the underdog. Mist is actually starting to put up a fight, taking a couple back in a row here. Completely flawless play puts the set on the line for Havoc. A rapid recovery to shut the door on that rally. What a finale. Havoc secures the final round from the ramp to close it all out. A truly effortless performance from top 10 seed, who just completely dismantled every single one of Mist's attempts to get back in. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today in a very close matchup. Unreal, Mist barely clings to life after that chaotic trade to take the opening round. Lancer actually holds the historical edge in this rivalry. And it's surprising to see him on the back foot since he recently beat Mist in their last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if he can flip the script now that we're a few rounds in. Lancer's really struggling to stop Mist's huge momentum. He's definitely shaking off that tough 3-13 result from earlier. Lancer just doesn't have an answer for this right now. He's looking completely lost. Really surprising to see this side of the matchup today. What a battle! He survives a frantic slugfest to move 5 rounds ahead. A complete reversal of their last head-to-head result. Lancer answers back with a hard-fought victory to trim the lead. A solid response from the lower-rated player in this pair. Lancer is really digging in here, securing another quick kill to keep the pressure on. Mist is showing a lot of resilience today despite entering the server on a 4-match skid. It's a big shift in confidence for him compared to those earlier results. He looks like he's finally turned the corner. Mist is commanding 7-4 lead. He's feeling very secure. He's really cleaning up his game after that tough start to the day. We're heading into the break with Mist leading 7-5. Well, it's a toss-up as we expected, but Mist is really fighting back to negate Lancer's historical lead in their head-to-head matchups. Lancer's time to make a move. Mist extends the gap to 8-5 with that one. Slightly higher in our rating, and it's starting to reflect in the gameplay. Lancer is putting up a fight, shutting that door completely with a picture-perfect kill. He's definitely looking to prove that early lead was a fluke. Mist keeps the lead at 9-6 after that exchange. He is really turning things around after that rough 3-13 finish against Havoc. Mist is really pulling away now with a 10-6 cushion. A much needed result considering his overall record today. Lancer is starting to find some answers here, keeping the pressure high as he fights to close the gap. A strong showing from the player currently ranked 27. Absolute chaos. He barely escapes that exchange, showing incredible guts to keep this comeback alive. The lead is shrinking as Lancer starts to claw back. Mist just slammed the door on that little comeback attempt. He's firmly back in the driver's seat. This is a much more promising result than his last few games today. Lancer just brushed him aside with ease, refusing to let this match slip away. The favorite can't seem to shake the pressure lately. A crisp sequence to seize control, leaving him just 1 round shy of the victory. Game over. A total shutdown of the opponent to seal the series. He really stepped up when it mattered most to finally shake off those recent losses. Lancer put up a great fight, but it just wasn't enough today. Welcome everyone. We have Havoc taking on Lancer today in the arena, where the favorite looks to dominate the match. Havoc has historically owned this matchup with a 72% win rate against Lancer. Well, it's an interesting dynamic because we saw Lancer take a very convincing victory in their most recent meeting. We'll see if that recent success can outweigh the long-term statistics. Lancer was just too slow to look up. Havoc cleans him up from heaven and takes a 2-round lead. He really seems to have the edge in this matchup. Lancer is really struggling, trailing 3-1 here. The rating difference is starting to show. That was a complete shutout. He just can't find an answer for this space right now. The gap in their ratings is becoming an issue. Lancer answers back immediately, showing some real grit to close the gap. The underdog is starting to find a way into this series. Lancer shuts him down on the Tetris, putting a real dent in that early advantage. The pressure is mounting on the favorite after those 2 quick rounds. Havoc has clearly put in some work today, putting up a positive 21-14 record in the last 24 hours. It's a nice contrast to Lancer, who has struggled to keep his head above water in his recent matches. That confidence should help him maintain this lead. Havoc holds a solid 6-4 grip on this series. He's definitely playing like a top 15 seed right now. Havoc is just too aggressive right now, grabbing that high ground to put himself in total control. He looks completely comfortable with the role of favorite today. We head into the break with Havoc holding a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are going exactly as predicted. The higher seed is just a bit more consistent though. Lancer is fighting hard to keep this close. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc is pulling way ahead now at 8-5. Lancer is really struggling to put up a fight right now. Lancer refuses to go away, managing to secure another round to keep himself in the fight. The momentum is shifting just enough to keep things interesting. Unbelievable! He survives by a hair after nearly dying to clear him off that ramp. Absolutely desperate fight from Lancer to keep the gap minimal. Complete parity here as he erases the deficit to tie things up at 8-all. That was some seriously fast movement on that last kill. He quickly gets the upper hand to reclaim a slim lead. The seed advantage is starting to play a role again. Havoc pulls out in front again, leading 10-8. He's really asserting his dominance as the higher ranked player. Lancer is showing some serious heart here, shutting everything down to keep this race tight. What a fight. Lancer manages to clutch out a survival with just 10 health, bringing the score level. Absolute ice in his veins to survive that exchange. Havoc really knows how to close the window on this one. Both of these players are just trading blows at this point. A narrow lead for the number 13 seed right now. Lancer digs in deeper, winning a tense fight to keep the series perfectly level. Lancer is refusing to let the ranking difference decide this one. What a scramble. He survives a brutal exchange to take a narrow lead and put the game on his line. Tight exchange, but he manages to secure the advantage. And there it is. He shuts the door with a clean finish to secure the victory. He really had to fight for every single point in that one. Lancer pushed him to the absolute limit today. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Havoc facing off on Mappas today, with the favorite looking strong. Havoc has an incredibly strong track record here, taking about 70% of their head-to-head encounters, and looking at the ratings, he just has the edge in experience and consistency. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Havoc is firmly in control, leading 2-1. He's fighting out of a tough spot after that blowout on orange. Mist is really heating up now, catching Havoc right as he stepped off the ramp. The odds certainly weren't in his favor coming into this. Havoc holds a slim lead as we hit round 5, showing why he sits a full 12 spots higher on the ladder. We are completely deadlocked at 3-all. His 18-17 run over the last day is starting to pay off. Mist is really building a head of steam here, putting a lot of pressure on Havoc. It is a complete reversal from that blowout earlier today. The clash on the ramp goes in favor of Mist, who is just taking over this match. The underdog is completely flipping the script right now. Havoc answers back, keeping the gap narrow at 5-4. Havoc is really starting to exert his will here, picking Mist right off the ramp to take a lead. Mist claws ahead, moving into a 6-5 lead. Mist takes a 7-5 lead into the... I mean, it's a genuine shock to see the lower-ranked player holding this advantage. Havoc has historically owned this matchup, but he's struggling to put a stop to the bleeding today. Time to see who blinks first. Mist is hanging on by a thread at 7-6. Havoc is finally starting to reflect his higher ladder position. Mist is currently holding a lead despite a lifetime record of only 149 wins against Havoc. He's playing with an incredible amount of confidence, and it's really starting to overshadow the ranking gap between these two. We're seeing a complete departure from their usual dynamic. What a scrap. Both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to scrape through with the lead. That was an absolute nail-biter of a duel. Mist maintains the upper hand now, edging ahead 9-8. And we are all squared up at 9 apiece. He is certainly capitalizing on the momentum from a productive 21-14 day. Mist is just refusing to back down, pushing the lead further in a match that's become a complete coin flip. Mist has completely taken the driver's seat here, putting Havoc in a very precarious spot. Unbelievable. He's just steamrolling through this stretch and needs only one more to seal the deal. He's really tightened up his game since the... Absolutely flawless. He shuts the door on the series with a total shutdown to claim the victory. He completely ignored the history books today and just played his own game from start to finish. Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Mist and Lancer facing off on red line to see who comes out on top. What a fight. Mist claws back from the edge to clear Lancer off that ramp. Lancer will want to shake off those recent losses quickly. Mist is just too sharp right now, making it look easy with a second straight victory. Mist looks completely comfortable tonight after that 13-9 win over him earlier. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to put a stop to that early momentum. It's a tight battle between two guys with very similar win rates. Mist is simply reacting faster right now, using that ramp to put a real dent in Lancer's hopes. He seems to be owning this specific matchup lately. Lancer takes full control of the ramp to keep this close, showing he can still hold his own. Lancer really owns the long-term head-to-head record between these two. Mist has been on fire today with a 1917 record over the last 24 hours. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who's been fighting an uphill battle with a losing record today. I wonder if Lancer can find a way to shut this down. Mist is pulling ahead now with a 2-round lead. He's looking sharp compared to his recent 14-22 run. Mist is just too quick, cutting Lancer down right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's really starting to flip the script on their historical rivalry. Lancer digs deep here to stop the slide and keep himself in this fight. The favorite is still in the driver's seat for now. Mist is really starting to put some air between himself and his opponent here. He's certainly playing like a top half contender tonight. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the odds suggested. He has the momentum right now, but Lancer is still very much in the game. Fresh sides, time for a reset. Lancer puts on a show of resolve, walking away from that exchange without losing a single hit point. He's certainly playing with a lot more confidence now. A real slugfest on that ramp, but Mist is to edge him out in that exchange. The ladder placement is showing as the num 22 spot starts to feel secure. Lancer is staying stubborn, walking away from that one completely unscathed. A much quicker result this time around. He's totally erased that deficit, tying the game up right here. Both players have a completely clean slate heading into the next one. That's a brutal clash on the ramp, and Mist manages to emerge from the chaos with a narrow lead. Both players are fighting for their lives in the middle of the pack. Mist is really putting the pressure on with a 60% win rate in his last 10 outings. So yeah, he's clearly carrying a huge amount of confidence into the stretch. Lancer has to find a way to break this slide before the gap becomes insurmountable. Lancer continues to fight back, utilizing the ramp to pull himself closer in this series. He's finally putting up a fight at the right moment. That was a fierce exchange, but he just refuses to back down. Absolute deadlock now as we head into the final stretch. Mist secures a huge round from the ramp, putting himself just one step away from victory. His performance tonight is reflecting that higher seed. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp, refusing to let the match end just yet. He's refusing to go down without a... Unbelievable. He keeps this comeback rolling to force a deadlock, leaving the match completely wide open. The pressure is simply boiling over right now. Lancer had a great run going, but Mist just managed to pull the rug out from under him. His current win rate over the last 10 games is proving decisive. Lancer guts out another close exchange to lock things up at 13-all. Absolute chaos to bring us into the extra frame. Mist is really starting to tilt the tide in his favor after that absolute deadlock in regulation. He shuts things down instantly, dragging Lancer off that ramp to put himself a single round away from victory. The momentum shift is becoming very real for the higher seed. Incredible. He finishes them off with an absolute laser to close out the series. Lancer really pushed the pace in that overtime, but he just couldn't close the door tonight. This is a huge step toward erasing that deficit in their overall rivalry. What a match! Welcome to the stream. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off on Italy today, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Lancer tried to get a height advantage on the wine, but Havoc was just too quick for him. The higher rated side is starting exactly how we'd expect. Lancer makes it a dead heat, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to hold the wine. A rare sight considering the head-to-head history. Unreal. He barely survives that absolute brawl to climb into the lead. Completely untouched finish for Lancer as he keeps the momentum rolling. Grueling battle of attrition, but he manages to claw out the victory to extend the run. He's just untouchable right now, claiming his 5th straight victory. He's totally flipped the script on their usual head-to-head history. He is simply playing at another level, extending his lead to 6-1. Absolute chaos in this trade, but he just barely hangs on to keep the streak alive. He's just taking over the map now, making it 8 in a row. It's a complete reversal from the outcome of their last head-to-head. He's just relentlessly chewing through the competition, picking up a 9th consecutive win. A total shutdown as he cleans up another round to end the half on a high note. Lancer takes an 11-1 lead into the break. Honestly, we are seeing a complete collapse from the favorite here. He's making a huge statement by wiping out a huge part of that ranking gap in one half. Havoc needs to wake up now. Another effortless kill. He's just a single round away from the victory. It's a complete turnaround from the expected outcome today. A sharp response from Havoc, ending that oppressive run with a perfect shot. He's putting up a fight, picking up another quick round to keep the dream alive. A huge shift in pressure for the underdog right now. And that's it. He closes out the series with a grit and grind victory to secure the win. Lancer just put on an absolute clinic here, proving that those lifetime stats don't mean a thing when you're hitting every shot. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Mist and Havoc facing off today with the favorite looking to secure another win. Havoc reacts fast, catching Mist right as he tried to use the ramp for an advantage. Havoc has a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning 70% of their total encounters. It's interesting to see that advantage vanish in the short term, since Mist is coming off a recent victory against him. Now, the question is if that shift in momentum is actually a trend. Havoc manages to hold those planks, and we are right back to a dead heat. Both of these guys are playing at a similar pace today. Mist is just owning the high ground right now, picking up another point from that ramp. He's really taking the driver's seat after that previous set. Havoc is really utilizing that wine box to stay in control of this series. Both of these guys are coming off a very similar 2015 run today. Unbelievable, Havoc barely survives that fight to shut down Mist's run. He's definitely playing like the higher rated seed right now. Everything is wide open now with both at 4. He's clearly taking the confidence of those recent wins into this game. Havoc edges ahead, clutching a narrow 5-4 lead. He has a distinct advantage in their overall match history. Havoc is really finding his feet now, using the ramp to put a significant gap between himself and Mist. What a scrap! Mist walks away from that ramp with a sliver of health left. Both of these players are fighting for ground in the upper half of the rankings. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, it's basically exactly how we expected this to go. Havoc is effectively leveraging his skill gap to keep the pressure on Mist for now. Time to see how they adjust. Mist is closing in, fast trailing by just 1. Mist is really capitalizing on the confidence from that previous 39 victory. Mist is showing some surprising form today, having put together a 3-match winning streak recently. It's making this current struggle a bit more puzzling given how well he's been playing. He really needs to find a way to disrupt Havoc's rhythm if he wants to stay in this. Absolute chaos. Mist barely scrapes through that fight to stay alive, showing some serious grit in this comeback. That was a nail-biter of a trade on the ramp. He's continuing this push, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in. Havoc is staying sharp and manages to punish him right from the top of that wine box. The higher seed is starting to tighten his grip on the map. Mist is showing a lot of heart here, picking Havoc right off the ramp. Cleanest shot of the match right there. These rounds are moving at a breakneck speed. We are seeing some incredibly fast engagements as they fight for every point. That superior rating is starting to show in these clutch exchanges. Havoc shuts that down completely, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. The pressure is mounting as he tries to weather this storm. And that is it. Havoc seals the deal right from the window. He really managed to stop the bleeding and put an end to that hot streak Mist had been riding. Just a dominant display of skill from the top seed. Welcome everyone. Mist and Lancer are facing off on Dunes today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Lancer holds a small overall advantage in their long-term rivalry, but he's really trying to shake off a tough day after starting 12 and 23. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this early momentum. Lancer is pushing the pace, leading 2-1. Coming into the series as the slight favorite. He's looking sharp. Lancer is really putting a grip on this early phase of the match. An impressive start given he's coming off a 12-23 day. Lancer edges ahead with a 3-2 lead. A nice callback to their most recent head-to-head victory. And just like that, Mist levels things at 3-all. His recent 2016 run over the last day is starting to show. Lancer is starting to lean into his history here, reclaiming that narrow lead. Lancer continues to hold his own against the upper half of the ladder. Lancer has a strong historical edge with 947 total wins over his opponent. So yeah, we're seeing a bit of a return to the norm here. It will be interesting to see if Lancer can push this advantage even further. What a reaction. He's showing a lot of heart to keep chipping away at that gap. He's finally starting to play like the favorite. He's really starting to claw back into this game as the first half winds down. Almost a dead heat going into the break. Lancer goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, it's almost exactly what you'd expect from these two. Both players are playing very close to their level here on Dunes. Let's see who finds their rhythm now. Absolute perfection from Mist, who barely took any damage to keep the comeback rolling. The pressure is starting to shift back toward the higher seat. Lancer retains his lead, though Mist is closing in. He is definitely managing to shake off that rough patch today. Both players were trading heavy damage in that exchange, but he manages to dig deep and survive. The gap in their rankings is proving meaningless in this series. Lancer holds a 2-round cushion as we hit 16. It's a total toss-up given how similar their career win rates are. Lancer is comfortably cruising at 10-7. Lancer looks focused after that dominant 13-3 victory over Havoc earlier. He's showing plenty of grit, securing a fast point to pull within 2. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread and manages to scrap through the chaos for another win. Lancer is starting to look a bit rattled after that exchange. Lancer is really digging in now, managing to keep those mini streaks in check to maintain his lead. Chaotic firefight that almost went the other way, but Lancer finds the finishing shot to put himself on match point. What a finish! He shuts the door on this match with a total shutdown of his opponent. Lancer really proved that he's still the man to beat when these two go head-to-head, taking the victory despite the ranking gap. Welcome to the arena. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off in a match where the favorite looks strong. Havoc has a huge historical advantage here, winning over 70% of their head-to-head encounters. It's interesting because Lancer actually dominated their most recent meeting. We'll see if that previous victory gives him the confidence to flip the script today. Another lightning fast finish, and he is now cruising with a perfect start to the match. The rating gap is showing early on. Absolutely relentless. He's just completely taken over this early stage of the game. A complete turnaround from that last blowout loss he took. Lancer finally gets a point on the board, cleaning up the exchange. He's definitely trying to recreate that dominating 13-3 result from their last meeting. He's not backing down and just secured a clean double point streak. Lancer is really shaking off that early deficit. Havoc keeps the lead by utilizing that ramp for a better sideline. His higher rating usually earns him these tight exchanges. Lancer answers right back, showing plenty of grit to stay in this fight. Very sharp reaction there to keep things close. Havoc is showing a strong level of consistency with a 21-14 record over the last day. You know, he's clearly in a much better place mentally than he was when he dropped that previous match to Lancer. He looks focused on putting those doubts to rest. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, completely shutting down that rally from his opponent. That's a really dangerous shift in the momentum right here. We're heading into the break with Havoc up 7-5. I mean, this is exactly how we expected the match to start. He's playing the role of the favorite, well, though Lancer is hanging in there. Let's see how the roles reverse. Lancer continues to fight his way back, narrowing the gap to just one. The pressure is definitely shifting toward the higher ranked player. Havoc regains some breathing room, leading 8-6. He's playing with a lot more poise than Lancer has today. Havoc extends his lead back to 3 rounds. The rank 27 spot is feeling the heat right now. That was a complete shutout. He's really hitting his stride with a 3-round run. He claims another one from the Tetris, extending his hold over this map. A stark contrast to that 13-3 shellacking he took previously. He keeps the streak alive with a flawless peak, putting the match in his hands. He's just completely shut down any chance of a late rally. What a finish. He closes out the match in spectacular fashion to secure the victory. He's really asserting his dominance in this rivalry, making sure there were no lingering doubts after that last upset. Welcome to Orange. Mist and Havoc are ready to face off, with Havoc entering as the heavy favorite today. Havoc has historically dominated this matchup, securing a win in about 70% of their encounters, and we saw that same trend play out in their most recent head-to-head. Mist will need to find a way to disrupt that psychological edge if he wants to stay in the series. Havoc is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. Mist had to start fast after those two tough losses earlier today. Mist has completely flipped the script here, taking total control of the momentum. Both players were trading heavy blows, but he managed to scramble away with the victory. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable here. Absolutely effortless, he's just refusing to let up on the pressure. He's really making the most of the home field feeling here. He's simply unstoppable right now, holding the ramp to secure his 5th straight win. Hard to believe, this is the same player who dropped his last match to Lancer. A strong response here, finally breaking through for the favorite to keep the game within reach. He's showing some real grit, putting together another win to keep this series tight. The pressure is mounting for him to maintain that lead. Unbelievable effort, he's completely erased that deficit to bring things level. The pressure is definitely shifting back to the underdog now. Mist cleans him off the ramp to take a narrow lead. That's a huge result for someone currently sitting at number 24. We've got a deadlock at 6, all heading into the break. Havoc is usually the one calling the shots here, but he's having no trouble being pushed back by the underdog. It'll be interesting to see who holds the nerve in the second half. Time for a clean slate. A lightning fast reaction from the favorite to reclaim the lead after the break. That's the kind of composure you expect from a top 10 name. Mist strikes back to tie this up at 7 apiece. It's anyone's game now with this specific pairing. That was a grueling trade-off, but he shows a lot of heart to survive that encounter and reclaim the lead. And just like that, Mist forces a total stalemate. He's refusing to be intimidated by that ranking gap. Goodness, that was a complete brawl. He barely manages to scrape through with his life. He's really putting the favorite on his heels now. He is simply in another gear right now, cruising to a 3-round streak. A complete reversal of how these two normally trade rounds. He is simply on a roll, taking 4 straight to extend his cushion. Quite a turnaround from that loss they shared on Fast Aim. A flawless sequence from Havoc, proving he's not going down without a fight. The top tier experience is starting to show for him. He just completely took over, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. A sharp response from Havoc to keep the hope alive. His overall experience is starting to peak at the right time. What a stop! He simply refuses to let the game end, taking a huge step toward a potential comeback. What a finish. Mist shuts the door completely to seal the victory. He really dug deep to get this one over the finish line after that rough start to his day. This is a huge statement for the number 24 seed. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Mist holds a small edge on this map with a 51% win rate. It's interesting to see him push the advantage here, since Lancer actually has the overall historical lead in their head-to-head. We'll see if Mist can actually flip the script today. Lancer's got the momentum with a 2-1 lead. He's really putting that recent victory on the Dunes to use. The early lead for Lancer is gone. We've got a complete stalemate on our hands. He has historically struggled in these matchups. Lancer manages to hold that advantage from the wine and extends the lead. Lancer is proving to be a difficult puzzle for him to solve today. Everything is wide open now with the score tied. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Mist is really heating up right now, and he just managed to pick Lancer right off the wine. Lancer has looked a bit shaky throughout his day so far. A quick skirmish from the wine, and the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Lancer really needs to find a way to stop the bleeding here. He's just totally in control now, picking up another clean round to move ahead by 3. Lancer is showing some real grit, putting an end to that run with a nearly instant kill. Looking at the rankings, Mist is firmly in the upper half of our rating system. It's an interesting contrast, since Lancer has a higher overall victory percentage in their head-to-head history. Now he just needs to keep this pace to maintain the lead. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's certainly taking advantage of the momentum from that 4-round surge. It's a great start for him, especially given Lancer's historical edge in this matchup. Unbelievable. He barely claws his way out of that firefight with a sliver of health left. That was incredibly tight. He practically walked away from death there. He's refusing to back down, keeping this rally alive with another strong play. He is putting up a serious fight to get back into this. Mist is cruising right now with a 3-round cushion. The higher seed is definitely asserting himself here. Mist is distancing himself further with a 10-6 lead. Lancer looked sharp in his earlier match against Havoc today. He just can't be stopped right now, putting away another lightning fast round. Just a formality at this point. He takes the lead to 12 and is now 1 win away from victory. What a finish. Mist closes it out with total authority to secure the series. Lancer really struggled to find an answer once the momentum shifted. He's just in a bit of a slump today. Welcome to the show. We have Havoc and Lancer facing off on fast aim, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Havoc secures the early lead, capitalizing on that window position to get the first draw. Havoc has clearly dominated this matchup in the past, winning 72% of their encounters. And that mental edge seems to be playing a role in how quickly he started today. Lancer is definitely going to need to find an answer soon. Another flawless frame for the favorite, who just can't be stopped right now. The gap in their ratings is showing up immediately. Finally, a round for Lancer to get back into the game. It's a tough afternoon so far for the underdog, with 13 wins total today. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to secure another round and chip away at that lead. The underdog is showing some real grit in this series. What a turnaround. He catches Havoc right off the ramp to keep this momentum swinging. He's completely shifting the pace of this match. The veteran regains control, securing a kill from the window to hold that run. He is definitely looking to bounce back after that tight loss to Mist. Havoc puts an end to those doubts, picking Lancer right off the ramp to widen the gap. Lancer puts on a strong display here, refusing to let the favorite pull away. Havoc quickly shuts that down, catching Lancer right as he tried to push out from the ramp. He's been far more consistent over the last 24 hours. We head into the break with Havoc leading 8-4. I mean, everything is going exactly as we expected here. Lancer managed to keep it closer for a bit, but he's just struggling to match Havoc's raw speed. Lancer needs a spark right now. Lancer stays aggressive from the ramp, managing to claw another one back. He's really fighting for every single point in this match. He's simply refusing to go away, claiming another win from the ramp. The gap between them is feeling smaller with every round. Lancer has really been fighting an uphill battle today, going 13-23 in his last few outings. And we can see that fatigue starting to set in as Havoc close back into the lead. It will be tough for the underdog to reverse that momentum now. Havoc's firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. The underdogs are often more dangerous when their backs are against them. A huge battle for the high ground, and he comes out on top to keep the comeback alive. Lancer is fighting a fierce battle to close this gap. He's completely taken over the map, making it a one-point game. The pressure is starting to mount for Havoc now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to even things up at 10-all. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Havoc manages to trade back, quickly picking Lancer off the ramp. The experience gap really shines through when the game is this close. Havoc shuts the door on that comeback attempt, leaving his opponent trailing by 2. Lancer just can't seem to find his footing in the late game. Game over. He shuts everything down and secures the series victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't close out that final stretch. What a fight. Welcome to Redline. Mist and Havoc face off now, with Havoc entering as the favorite in this matchup. Havoc has won 70% of their lifetime encounters, but Mist is currently on a roll after taking their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if that recent success carries over today. What a scramble. He barely survives that encounter to even the score. He's a bit higher on the ladder, which might be showing absolutely breathless. He scrapes through the exchange with a sliver of health left. He's certainly putting that higher ladder spot to use. We are locked in a dead heat at 2 apiece. Both players have been putting in a huge shift today. Havoc claims the lead, moving ahead, 3-2. Both players have been putting in a long shift today. Havoc is starting to build some real steam after that quick exchange from the boxes. He's putting that experience edge on display right now. Mist is really keeping the pressure on, shutting down that aggressive play from the ramp. He's had a strong day so far with those 22 wins. Tied up at 4, we've got a total stalemate. Havoc is really feeling the pressure from this lower ranked opponent. Havoc edges ahead, now holding a slender 1-round lead. He's looking quite sharp today, racking up 22 wins so far. Neither of these two is giving an inch, and these rounds are flying by in a flash. Mist is showing no fear against the higher rated seed. Mist is putting on a clinic here, cleaning up Havoc right off that ramp to stretch the lead. He's certainly putting that rating advantage to the test. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. You know, Mist is completely defying the odds here. He's refusing to be intimidated by the rankings gap and is fighting right back into this. Time to see who blinks first. Havoc shuts that down quickly, picking Mist off the ramp to regain control of the series. 8 total grinds so far for the two of them. Havoc is really finding his footing now, securing another fast win right from the ramp. He's really playing like the favorite in this one. Simply untouchable. He walks away with all his health, taking complete control of the game. The gap in their career head-to-head is starting to feel real. Mist is showing real grit, keeping himself in the fight with another effortless takedown. The underdog is refusing to go quietly tonight. Another one for the underdog, keeping the pressure high as he closes the gap. Absolute chaos for the favorite right now. Havoc puts an end to that mini run, catching Mist right as he tried to push the ramp. He's really taking advantage of his 22-14 record from today. He just out-dueled Havoc right off the ramp, proving he's not backing down from this fight. That's a clean trade back for the man with the AK. Havoc is really starting to flex that lead as we approach the final stretch. Havoc secures a huge lead and is now just one step away from victory. The momentum shift is palpable as we enter the final stretch. Unbelievable. He closes this out in style to take the victory. He really tightened things up when it mattered most. That's a huge set to put in the bank for Havoc. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a great match between Mist and Lancer. Let's see who takes the win today. What a scramble. Mist barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer has had a rough start to his day with those recent drops. Lancer currently holds a narrow edge in their head-to-head history over the long haul. But he's really struggling to find any consistency today. It'll be interesting to see if that historical confidence can actually translate into a lead here. We're all tied up at 2 apiece for these two. Despite that earlier loss on Italy, he's looking very comfortable here. Mist is starting to push for a bit of a cushion, though it's still very tight in here. Mist is pulling away now with a 2-round lead. It's been a tough stretch for him, having dropped 3 straight today. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing another effortless kill. Lancer gets a fast read on the play, showing some real grit as he claws back into this. Lancer is showing serious resolve, shutting down that momentum shift completely with a perfect sequence. He's really leaning into this push to tie things up. What a turn of events. He's completely leveled the playing field with that latest delivery. Unbelievable. He hangs on by a thread to keep this streak alive. Hard to believe how quickly he seized total control here. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's played a much better half than his recent form would suggest. He really shook off those earlier losses to find some stability here. Let's see if Mist can fight better. Mist is closing the gap, trailing by just 1. Lancer has been facing a really tough stretch of results today. Tenacious sequence from Lancer, who is refusing to let the momentum swing back. The favorite is really starting to look rattled. Lancer still holds a slim 8-7 lead as we move on. A strong showing from the higher rated side here. Absolute deadlock now with both Mist and Lancer sitting on 8. He is definitely feeling the pressure of those recent losses today. Another lightning fast reaction from the underdog, who simply refuses to let this lead slip away. Another tie, with deadlocked at 9 apiece now. Lancer has had a brutal afternoon with only 13 wins today. A complete shutdown there, and Lancer is looking stronger by the minute. That was a crisp, clinical end to the exchange. He's really digging in, putting a huge gap between himself and his opponent. Lancer is really defying the odds makers right now. Absolute speed on that shot. He's now just 1 round away from securing the victory. A sharp reflex play to keep the dream alive, refusing to let the game end right here. Lancer pulls off the incredible comeback to secure the series. He's finally broken that losing skid and earned some huge revenge after that blowout on Italy. Mist fought hard, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we have Havoc and Lancer facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to maintain a strong lead. Havoc has a massive history here, holding a 72% win rate against Lancer. That level of dominance really proves why he's entered the match as the clear favorite. It'll be tough for Lancer to shake that mental hurdle today. Havoc is pushing a tight 2-1 lead right now. Lancer is fighting a tough uphill climb from that 27th rank. Lancer is making this series way too close, refusing to let Havoc pull away. A stark contrast to the blowout he handled earlier against Mist. Lancer has flipped the script, taking a 3-2 command. Lancer is definitely making his presence felt today. We are deadlocked at 3-all as Havoc enters back. He's showing why he holds that higher spot on the ladder. Lancer is really keeping the pressure on, taking control of the momentum here. Lancer is just too quick today, punishing Havoc for trying to hold that ramp position. A total contrast to his dominant 13-10 result against the same player earlier. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slender 5-4 lead. That's exactly the kind of performance we expected from the higher seed. Havoc has stayed productive today with a 22-13 record over the last day. He's definitely playing the level of a top 15 player. Now it's just about whether he can find that same consistency to claw back into this set. We've got a 6-6 deadlock as we head into the break. And honestly, Lancer is playing well above his seat. He's not letting the favorite run away with this one, despite the rating difference. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer claims the lead, moving ahead 7-6. A very surprising turn of events for the lower ranked player. Havoc claws back to tie it up at 7 apiece. This feels like a completely new series as we move forward. Havoc is starting to build some real speed here, putting a bit of distance between himself and Lancer. The number 13 seed is finally starting to separate himself. A total stalemate now, both players sitting at 8. The underdog is showing plenty of resolve throughout this set. Lancer pulls ahead by 1 after a fierce exchange. Lancer is putting on a huge display of confidence against the higher seed. He just keeps rolling, putting up a huge 3-round streak to seize the lead. The higher seed is really feeling the pressure right now. A quick response from Havoc to halt that run. He needs to rediscover the form he had in their last encounter. Lancer is putting up a really strong defense here, stubbornly refusing to let his opponent close the gap. He really is playing the match of his life today. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but Lancer manages to survive by a hair to reach match point. Just an unbelievable amount of nerves to hold that narrow lead. What a grit! Havoc manages to claw through that brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. Just enough of a breath to keep the dream alive. What a finish. Lancer shuts the door with a perfect shot to seal the series. He's finally broken that curse, taking down the favorite in a series that honestly could have gone either way. He really stepped up. What a performance. Welcome everyone to Mapas. Mist and Havoc are ready to go, though Havoc enters this one as the clear favorite. Havoc leads the head-to-head record with a massive 346 wins over Mist. Well, he's firmly in control of their long-term history, but he had to start this series on the back foot. Let's see if he can quickly regain that historical edge. Mist is really putting on a clinic, leading 2-1. Mist is putting some serious pressure on him early. Havoc really needs to dig in and respond here. Mist is just dominating a 4-1 lead right now. He's certainly not playing like the rank 13 player right now. Absolute control from the ramp, and he's now 5 rounds up. Something is definitely off for the higher rated player today. And yet another clean one, barely letting the opponent breathe as the lead grows. The momentum has completely shifted as he keeps the pace high. He really seems to be tilting after that red line loss. Havoc finally manages to answer back, getting a round on the board. A solid response to get the map totals a bit closer. Havoc has stayed incredibly sharp today, going 22-13 in the last 24 hours. So yeah, he is playing with a lot of confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if that energy helps him wipe out this deficit. He simply refuses to let it go, picking his opponent off the ramp to extend the run. This is looking more like that red line series they just played. Mist takes a strong 8-4 lead into the switch. I mean, this is a shock result given Havoc's 70% career win rate against him. He needs to shake off these early rounds quickly if he wants to save this series. Let's see if the momentum stays. Mist holds a healthy 3-round cushion at 8-5. A quick, decisive burst to keep the deficit manageable. The veteran shows some real grit here, stacking another one to pull within 2. He is simply untouchable right now, cruising toward a tie with an effortless burst. Unbelievable! He's completely erased that early deficit to bring things dead even. A total reset of the map as we head into the final stretch. Mist manages to pick him off the ramp and reclaiming a 1-round advantage. The ladder placement doesn't seem to be helping him keep this lead. That was an incredibly fast exchange between the two of them on the ramp. Mist is taking over this game, putting up a huge 3-round surge. He's just too strong right now, extending the streak and putting the series on the line. A nightmarish turnaround for the favorite. What a way to close this out. Mist shuts the door with a final perfect play to seal the victory. Honestly, I thought the momentum shift was just temporary, but he completely shut out the favorite to Welcome to Berserk League duels. We have Mist and Lancer facing off today on Fast Aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer currently holds a 52% win rate against Mist over a massive sample size. It's a historical dominance that seems to be continuing after their most recent clash. We'll see if Mist can actually shake that trend today. Lancer is just starting to pull away here. Lancer is definitely looking sharp after that 13-10 victory over Havoc earlier. Lancer is really putting a lot of pressure on Mist right now. His recent form hasn't been great, but he's definitely the one controlling this series. A complete shutdown on the ramp and it just won't stop. He's really capitalizing on his momentum from that Dunes match. He is just untouchable right now, putting up a massive 5-round lead. Mist manages to clear him off the ramp and picks up another round. He's trying to shake off that previous loss to the top-rated player today. That was a total shutdown and the momentum is shifting toward a comeback. The pressure is starting to shift toward the favorite. He's completely rewritten the script for this match, storming back to keep the gap minimal. The favorite is finally starting to find his footing. Unreal. He has completely erased the deficit to bring us level at 5 apiece. The underdog's lead has completely evaporated. A crisp shot to put him back in the lead before we head into the break. A huge stop to keep the lead going into the break. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. You know, it's a total toss-up right now despite those alternating streaks. We're seeing a very balanced fight between these two. Fresh starts now. Mist just blew through the defense to drop him off the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. The favorite is finally finding some stability here. A lightning fast reflex play that brings us dead, even at 7-0. He's finally playing like the favorite right now. He is absolutely on fire, shutting the door from the ramp to grab a commanding lead. The confidence is clearly radiating off him right now. An absolute scrap of a round, but he manages to survive the exchange and take a lead of 2. Absolute chaos in that trade, but he walked away with the kill. He's just completely taken over the map, putting together a massive 5-round string of wins. He is finally converting this side of the map into a real advantage. He catches Lancer right in the window to extend his lead to 11-7. It's a stark contrast to how the early part of this match looked. Unbelievable, he just completely crushed his opponent's momentum and now sits on match point. Lancer is looking completely lost in this stretch. What a way to close it out. He seals the match with an incredible run of 8 straight wins. He really put a stop to that historic head-to-head dominance with a total shutdown in the second half. Welcome to the show. Havoc and Lancer are heading to red line, where the favorite looks to keep his lead. Havoc owns the history here with a dominant 71% win rate over Lancer. That's a huge gap, but Lancer is clearly the one with the current momentum after taking the first round. Now it's just a matter of seeing if the favorite can shake it off. Lancer is just cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's really playing with confidence after that last victory on Orange. Lancer's holding all the leverage right now, cleaning up that fight from the ramp. He's clearly taking his confidence from that previous win on Orange. What a scrap! He manages to scrape through that fight with practically nothing left in the tank. He definitely isn't playing like the higher rated seed so far. A real battle of the slopes there, but Lancer manages to outlast him and extend that lead to 4. The underdog really seems to have the measure of him today. Havoc needs a big response, trailing by 1 now. He's certainly putting that raw skill gap on display. Unbelievable! Lancer manages to outlast him by a hair, barely surviving the trip up that ramp. Lancer has had a tough day overall with a 14-22 record. A real clash of styles as they both fight for control of the ramp, and Havoc comes out on top. That's a bit of a swing for the player sitting at rank 14. Lancer is really putting his recent struggles behind him, especially since he's only gone 14-22 over the last day. I mean, that rough form hasn't stopped him from playing the spoiler today. If he can maintain this control, the rating gap between them won't mean a thing. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is putting on a real performance right now. Havoc is struggling to close things out despite his higher rank. Time for a total reset. He forces his way back into this, finally picking off Lancer from the ramp. He's starting to claw his way back into this. Lancer makes a quick read on Havoc, catching him wide open from those boxes. Lancer is really ignoring the rank difference right now. Total shutout of a round, proving Havoc is far from finished in this contest. He's finally starting to find some stability in this server. Lancer is simply too quick for him, cutting Havoc down right as he tried to push the ramp. Lancer's total game count is way lower, but he's holding his ground. He catches him right off the ramp, showing some real grit in this climb back. He's clearly playing a lot better than his recent results suggested. Lancer still holds a slim 2-round advantage over Havoc. That was an incredibly snappy finish for the round. Lancer is really extending this lead, and he's doing it with some incredibly fast reaction times. The 14th seed is really feeling the pressure right now. Lancer is simply on another level right now, putting an end to the rally and standing on the edge of victory. What a fight. Havoc barely survives that exchange to keep his hopes alive. A desperate survival that keeps the pressure on. He's refusing to back down, taking another round to keep this fight alive. The veteran presence is finally starting to show. Unbelievable. Lancer closes the door on this series and secures the map victory. A stunning result for the lower seed. Havoc really gave it everything in that final stretch, but he just couldn't close it out. He had to work for that. Welcome to the arena. We've got Mist and Havoc facing off now, with the favorite looking to bounce back from a rough streak. Havoc holds a massive historical lead with 346 head-to-head wins. It's clear that dominance provides a huge mental edge today. He might be on a lean lately, but the overall experience in this specific rivalry is heavily skewed in his favor. Mist is really putting the pressure on early, claiming another quick one from that Tetris spot. Absolute control from Mist, who has now taken 3 straight rounds. The favorite is definitely feeling the heat right now. He is just untouchable right now, taking a 4th consecutive round without taking a single hit. Just a complete shutdown of the opposition as he cruises to a 5-round lead. It's a tough look for him after that series against Lancer. He's simply not letting up, securing his 6th straight victory with a quick snap. He holds the height on the box to take another one, extending that huge lead. Finally, Havoc reacts faster to pick him off the box. Mist is currently sitting on a 2-match win streak after beating Havoc on another map earlier today. You know, it seems like he's figured out how to deal with his opponent's style. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can adjust his approach before the halftime break. Mist takes a 9-3 lead going into the break. I mean, nobody expected the underdog to put up a gap like this. Havoc looks completely lost and needs a serious plan to claw back from this deficit. Time to see a response. Havoc finally finds some footing, though Mist stays firmly ahead at 9-4. He's been playing a lot of rounds today, finishing up 22 so far. Mist shuts him down quickly on the ramp, making a very strong case for a sweep here. The higher rated player simply can't find his footing today. Mist is just too fast, catching him before he could even react from the heaven position. Havoc's recent struggles against Lancer are continuing to haunt him here. Havoc manages to pull off the play and knock Mist off the box to keep himself in the fight. Havoc is starting to put up a fight, but he still has a mountain to climb from here. The 15th ranked player is finally showing some life. Unreal. He just barely scrapes through that exchange from the Tetris, making it 3 straight for him. The 15th seed is finally finding his footing. A desperate fight on the ramp, but he earns the win to move into a commanding 12-7 lead. That's a critical halt to the momentum shift. A closer fight this time, but the veteran manages to secure another point. He's certainly trying to reclaim that top-tier standing. He puts up a strong fight, shutting down the momentum to stay alive in this set. The top seed is finally showing a glimmer of his usual self. Wow, he keeps the streak alive by drilling a clean shot from the ramp. The momentum has shifted completely in this closing stretch. Game over. Mist shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the victory. He really fought his way back, but it's just another tough result for the veteran today. What a battle. Welcome to Berserk League duels. Mist and Lancer are ready to face off on orange to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a distinct edge in the head-to-head history, winning over 52% of their lifetime clashes. It makes sense that he started strong here despite the rank gap. We'll see if Mist can flip the script and bring back the form from their last meeting. Mist has the momentum now, leading 2-1. Lancer has a high workload today, already deep into his 21st match. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange, but he's now on a roll with 3 straight wins. It's a complete reversal from their previous series on Fast 8. Lancer responds immediately with a sharp shot to keep this close. Deadlocked at 3 apiece. We've got a real nail-biter. The higher-rated player is definitely feeling the pressure here. He's simply too fast right now, taking a commanding grip on this match. Mist really needs to find some answers after that rough patch. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, stacking up another win. He's just completely in control, making it 5 straight for the leader. The higher seed is definitely looking rattled right now. A grueling slugfest that finally goes his way, showing some real grit to tighten the gap. He's finally starting to play like the pre-match favorite. Mist has a solid 60% win rate in his last 10 matches, but he's just not translating that momentum into this specific game. It'll take a serious turnaround for the favorite to claw his way back into this game. Lancer heads into the break with a healthy 8-4 lead. He's completely flipped the script from their last meeting. Mist is gonna have to step up his game if he wants to overcome this deficit. Time to see if Mist bounces back. Lancer is staring down the finish line at 9-4. A tough break for the top 20 seed in this spot. Lancer's just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. He's completely neutralizing the rating advantage in this series. What a chaotic trade. He barely walks away from that fight with a sliver of health left. He's definitely trying to repeat that 13-7 result from their last set. Mist finally pushes back, bringing it to 6-10. He's certainly showing a bit more grit than in those earlier exchanges. He's on fire right now, claiming another round to keep this surge going. He's definitely finding the confidence he had in that earlier set. Lancer shuts down that comeback attempt with a clean sweep. He's really capitalizing on the lower rating tonight. Lancer comes through in a frantic exchange to put himself on the verge of victory. The favorite is just completely out of sync in this one. And that is it. He closes out the series with an absolute beauty of a shot. He really proved he's the better matchup here. Just completely shutting down the favorite's momentum. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got Havoc and Lancer facing off to see who can claim the win today. Havoc historically dominates this matchup with a huge lead in total wins. But Lancer has recently found some success against him. It'll be interesting to see if Havoc can shake off this slump. Lancer is absolutely cruising with a 2-round lead. Lancer clearly has the confidence after that 13-10 result they shared earlier. Lancer is simply relentless, putting up a perfect start to this match. He is really challenging the expectation as the clear underdog here. Simply too fast. He's just taking whatever he wants today. It's a nightmare start for a player who usually owns this matchup. He's simply on another level right now, securing a 5th straight victory. Finally, a response from Havoc to hold that initial onslaught. He definitely needed that one after the rough slide he's been on lately. Havoc has a stronger track record here with a 56% win rate on this map. Well, he's fighting an uphill battle right now, but these back-to-back rounds show he's starting to rely on that familiarity. Let's see if he can push this lead even further. Havoc manages to hold that higher ground and outplay him for another point. That's the upper half ranking showing its teeth. He's looking dangerous, keeping the pressure on with another untouched round. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Lancer is making a huge statement here, quickly clearing out Havoc from that high perch. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, everything is pointing toward a massive upset here. He is completely ignoring the historical gap between them and looking very sharp. Time for a total reset. Lancer is barely breaking a sweat, sitting comfortably at 9-4. This is starting to feel like a repeat of their last set. Lancer still holds a commanding 9-5 advantage. He's definitely fighting to get his 24-hour record above 0.5. Lancer is making it nearly impossible for Havoc to string together any momentum right now. Lancer stays firmly in control, now extending to a 10-6 lead. Lancer is definitely making the most of his 16-20 run today. Lancer is just refusing to let Havoc build any real forward momentum here. He's really playing the role of the spoiler today. Unreal, Lancer barely survives that scramble, clinging to a tiny shred of health to put himself 1 round away from victory. Absolute heartstopper of a play to secure the lead. Lancer closes it out perfectly with a total shutdown to claim the match. Lancer has finally found the recipe to crack this code, taking a huge step forward against a tough opponent. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Mist and Havoc facing off on Italy to see who wins today. Mist had no problem clearing him off the wine to start things off. The higher seed looks a bit shaky to start us off. Havoc owns the long-term head-to-head with a huge lead over the last few hundred encounters. It's clear that the recent shift in momentum is favoring Mist right now. We have to see if the favorite can actually shake this early slump. We're all squared up at 2 apiece now. He's looking much sharper than he did against Lancer earlier today. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that chaotic firefight to secure his 3rd straight round. A fast reaction there, and we are back in a dead heat. It's a toss-up right now, despite the ranking gap. Havoc pulls ahead by a single round. It's interesting to see the number 18 seed fighting for his life like this. Havoc has put together a 21-15 record today. So yeah, it looks like the momentum from his strong day is finally translating into a real lead. He's outclassing Mist right now, and we have to wonder if this is where the gap in their ratings truly starts to show. Mist strikes back, and we're tied up at 5 apiece. This is a complete reversal of their usual results. He's just unstoppable right now, taking another round in a blink before the break. We're sitting at 6-6 as they switch sides. Well, this is far tighter than anyone expected. Mist is playing like he doesn't care about the rankings, and he's making the favorite sweat for every single round. Time to see who blinks first. Mist edges ahead, taking a narrow 1-round lead. Mist is clearly finding his confidence after that earlier victory. Wow, what a scramble. He barely walks away from that, keeping his lead intact. He's just on fire right now, taking complete control of the match with another fast win. He's really making the most of that 51% map edge. He is simply outplaying everyone in the server right now, extending the run to 4 straight. Just a blur of movement, and he's got another one, extending the lead to 5 rounds. Havoc finally puts a stop to that streak with a quick response. He really needs to start chipping away at this deficit. Havoc is showing some real resilience here, refusing to let that lead slip away completely. Another clean trade for Mist, and he is now just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is completely dismantling the script here. A fast response from Havoc to keep himself in the game. What a finish. Mist secures a perfect final round to seal the series. He really put a dent in that historical dominance. Havoc just couldn't find a way to shut him down today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Mist taking on Lancer on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds a clear edge in the head-to-head over the course of 1800 matches. And that psychological advantage seems to be carrying over from their very last encounter today. It'll be interesting to see if Mist can flip the script this time. Mist is really starting to find his rhythm here. He's really capitalizing on his slight advantage in the ratings. He's completely taken over now, shutting Lancer down from the ramp to move into a commanding lead. What a scramble, both players were trading heavy damage, but Lancer manages to scrape through with a narrow victory. We are all squared up at 3 apiece now. Looking a lot like that 13-7 blowout from their last meeting. Lancer is on fire, dragging his opponent off the ramp for another win. The momentum has shifted completely in this series. Unbelievable! Lancer clings to life by a thread to secure his 4th straight round. Absolute control as Lancer strikes from the ramp to keep this roll going. He's really capitalizing on the confidence from that 13-6 win over Havoc. Mist manages to outlast his opponent and force him off the ramp as he pushes for a closer score. Lancer manages to outduel him yet again, easily cleaning him off that ramp. A strong showing today for a player ranked outside the top 20. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's really defying the odds here, given Mist's better history on this map. He'll need a strong start to the second half to close this out. Time to switch it up. Mist is really keeping this interesting, shutting down Lancer's attempts to play it high from the ramp. He's definitely trying to get back to that 13-9 form from his match with Havoc. Mist continues his climb, catching Lancer right in the window for another round. The momentum is definitely swinging back into his favor. Lancer is proving a bit too stubborn to shake, putting a stop to those back-to-back rounds from his side. The lower-seeded competitor is just refused to go away here. That was a tense standoff, but Mist remains completely unscathed after securing the kill. He really looked like the stronger pick coming into this. He's showing some real grit here, cutting through Lancer in less than a second. Lancer's early lead is starting to erode. Mist has been grinding hard with 17 wins over the last day. Well, that level of activity usually brings a high level of precision, but Lancer is currently the one playing the cleaner game. He's fighting through the late stages of this map with a lot of poise. Lancer snaps back into top form, needing just one more round to end this. What a finish! Lancer closes the series with a perfect strike to take the victory. He just keeps getting the better of the higher ranked player today. A really impressive performance to hold his ground and shake off that push in the second half. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Havoc taking on Lancer in tonight's match. Let's see if the favorite can keep his lead. Havoc gets a fast start, catching Lancer wide open while he was playing the ramp. A clean opening for the favorite to set the tone. Lancer shows he isn't intimidated by that historical head-to-head gap, getting the better of Havoc on the ramp. Havoc has an incredible head-to-head lead over Lancer. Well, it's certainly starting to feel like the momentum has shifted since their last encounter. I'm curious to see if Havoc can get this back under control before the gap widens. Havoc answers back immediately to keep things close. He's clearly shaken off that tough result from their earlier match. Lancer is cruising right now, holding a commanding 4-2 lead. Lancer is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Havoc looks way more comfortable on that ramp now, cutting right into Lancer's early lead. Lancer is really putting on a show here, consistently winning these exchanges and pushing his lead to 2 rounds. Lancer is definitely riding the wave from his previous win over Havoc. Havoc is playing with a lot of urgency now, using that ramp to claw his way back into this. We are all squared up at 5 apiece. It's a complete reversal from their last encounter. Lancer edges ahead with a slim 6-5 advantage. He's really capitalizing on this hot streak he's carrying today. We're all tied up at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how you'd expect a match between these two to look. Lancer showed plenty of fight, but Havoc is holding his ground. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc claws back the lead, putting him up 7-6. He's fighting a tough slump lately, but the confidence is returning. Havoc really has Lancer on the ropes right now, picking him off the ramp for a 3rd straight round. A massive turnaround from that disaster he had against Lancer earlier today. He's completely in control now, securing another effortless victory from the ramp. It's a sharp contrast to how the previous meeting between them went. Lancer digs deep to secure a hard-fought round from the ramp, proving he's not out of this. Gutsy play to get things moving again for the underdog. Havoc's all-time track record shows a huge historical advantage in these head-to-head clashes. It's looking more like he's finally rediscovered that edge after a rough start to the day. He's clearly found his footing in the second half. Havoc makes it a 3-game lead, once again catching Lancer before he could get settled on that ramp. Lancer's hot streak today is starting to cool off. Lancer refuses to back down, picking Havoc right off the ramp. That keep the pressure on the favorite. The gap in skill on paper is definitely narrowing here. A complete shutdown of the round, putting the favorite just a single point away from victory. Just as the experts predicted when the brackets were set. Lancer puts up a fight here, knocking him off the ramp to stay alive in this match. Lancer is making him sweat for every single point now. Lancer just won't go away, extending his run and refusing to let this map end quickly. Pure chaos in these final moments. Absolutely unbelievable. Lancer forces the tie and sends this clash straight into over. Absolutely breathtaking momentum shift to close out regulation. Havoc outplays him from the ramp to reclaim the lead in this overtime battle. This puts his recent struggle in perspective. Havoc is absolutely shutting the door on him, continuing to dominate the ramp to keep the momentum moving forward. He's completely in control, picking his opponent right off that ramp to reach a 3-round surge. Lancer's effort is admirable, but he's simply outclassed in this overtime segment. Unbelievable, Havoc closes the door with a blistering shot to secure the victory. He's finally broken that losing streak with a huge performance in overtime. Lancer really pushed him to the brink today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Mist and Havoc stepping up for this duel, with Havoc entering as the favorite. Havoc has historically won about 69% of their meetings. That's a pretty imposing record for Mist to overcome. The question is whether he can repeat that narrow victory they shared earlier today. Havoc looks really comfortable in this early stage, having successfully held that Tetris piece to build the lead. He's continuing a fairly strong run for his day so far. Havoc puts the pressure on and manages to clear Mist off that platform. That's already 4 games he's taken this afternoon. Havoc is just 1 step ahead at 3-2. He's definitely playing with more confidence after that 13-9 win today. Mist is really starting to punish those aggressions, catching Havoc right as he stepped out on the ramp. Unbelievable. He clings to life by a thread and secures his 3rd straight round. The momentum has completely shifted from how this usually goes. He just completely dismantles the opposition, picking him right off the Tetris to extend this run. Both players traded heavy hits, but he manages to survive the exchange for a 5th straight victory. The momentum is completely flipped from their last encounter today. The run just keeps going as he claims his 6th straight round to really pull away. The higher seed is really struggling to find any answers. A sharp response from Havoc to keep things close before we head into the break. Mist heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Honestly, the underdog is absolutely defying the odds here. He's taking full control of a match where Havoc was supposed to be the much stronger player. Time to see if Havoc responds. He keeps clawing his way back into this, finally knocking Mist off the box. The favorite is finally putting on a proper show here. Another rapid burst from Havoc, evening things up at 7-7. A complete reset of the scoreboard at this point. He manages to keep the pressure high from the ramp, securing his third straight win. He's really starting to assert his dominance in this series. Mist shuts down the rally by holding his ground on the box to even the score. Both players are fighting on level ground now. Mist takes a narrow lead, edging ahead 9-8. Pure chaos seeing a player on such a hot streak lately. He's just too fast right now, securing another effortless win to double digits. Absolutely effortless as he wipes Havoc right off the Tetris to climb to an 11-8 lead. A crisp reaction there to keep the comeback alive and narrow the gap to 2. He's showing why the analysts had him as the safer bet today. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep his resurgence alive. Tough break for the underdog as his lead starts to shrink. An absolute stunner of a shot, and now it's completely tied up at 11-all. The raw speed of that exchange was just wild. What a huge moment, catching him from the box to reach match point. A perfect response to keep his nerves steady. Incredible. Mist closes it out from the ramp to secure the victory. He really stepped up to the challenge today. That's twice now that he's managed to take down the favorite in a row. What a fight!